advanced tech doesn't always mean more space. Until now. Introducing the Hyundai Ioniq 9, a three-row electric SUV with over 300 miles of range, ultra-fast charging capability, and lots of space. The all-new Hyundai Ioniq 9. Space in an EV. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details. Even in this recharge method for comparison purposes which previous other factors.
You know what they say. Early bird gets the ultimate vacation home. Book early and save over $530 on a week-long stay with Verba. Because early gets you closer to the action. Whether it's when you want to explore or snoozing in a cafe that overlooks, well, whatever you want it to. So you can all in from the payoff of summer with Verba's early booking deal. Private time. Everything is $50 on hotel meeting at the date you request.
So many styles you can wear now, and definitely match deep into season. Chic winter white, those ethnic cardigans, even pantsuits with top designer makes. And the best part, you can get them all for 20% off.
Yeah, up to half off. So come into the store and walk out with an incredible deal on a new look today at Macy's Waikiki. Savings off select prices. Exclusions apply.
Snapshot from Progressive wasn't created for just anybody. Oh no, we made it for you. Gradual breakers. You keep your eyes on the road, so you see it all. As long as it all happened directly in front of you, like a Swedish masseuse. Your foot knows exactly the right amount of pressure to apply to the brake. That's why your passengers feel totally relaxed with you behind the wheel and occasionally super sleepy. With Snapshot, safe drivers like you get personalized rates based on your driving habits. Sign up today at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Snapshot not available in California or from all agents.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement. Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
Every home service job means another piece of paper. Quotes, invoices, checks. It piles up fast. Before you know it, you're spending more time sorting than getting work done. Jobber keeps everything in one place, from quotes to payments, so nothing gets lost. Businesses using Jobber grow an average of 44% in their first year, and
Don't touch it!
We're at the intersection of I-75. Somebody just got hit with a bicycle, and the guy is hollering at him. No, he pulled him from up under his car. As soon as he came out, get his license plate, because he tried to take off. He's hollering at the guy he just hit. Yes, he on the service drive. Yeah, I said he's on the service drive, facing work. He's taking off. He's in space. I just took off. Don't touch him! We're at the intersection of I-75. Somebody just got hit with a bicycle, and the guy is hollering at him. No, he pulled him from up under his car. As soon as he came out, get his license plate, he tried to take off. He's hollering at the guy he just hit. Yes, he on the service drive. Yeah, I said he's on the service drive, facing work. It was like he's taking off. He's in space. I just took off. Don't touch him! We're at the intersection of I-75. Somebody just like
Everyone knows Belle Isle as a park, but almost nobody knows the story before the park. The homes, the farms, the private land, and why the whole place was dramatically transformed. My newest video explains everything. Everyone knows Belle Isle. I know the small-minded individual didn't think I was going to address this. You must not know us around here. But see, $22 for a calendar is only a lot to you because you don't value the information in it. This is clearly not about you. You're not centered in this particular story. We are. For those of you wondering what this comment is about, it's talking about our Black History calendar, Power to the People 2026, 365 Black facts for one for each and every day of the year. It's like a on this day in history, every single day.
Why are you just looking at me like that? Hello? Whatever. Why the fuck you so pretty? Hello? What? Nah, bro. Why you so pretty? Why you look so good? You look so perfect. It's pissing me the fuck off. I don't understand it. Like, you look too good for me. Nah, bro. Keep it above. Keep, like, for real. You let me for real? Oh my god.
Fuck, I'll cry on it, y'all. Got this idea to do it just like this. Five-style sister ball. You gotta start off like this. On the side, I might make a little one tortilla soup with that. But yeah, here we go. Nice looking square. See what we did? We put together a pre-game snack. I also got this right here for them tortilla chips. And then we got the 40 weight. We're gonna hit this one with the hot honey. Yeah, you know it's hot. You see how we do the bubbly. A little bit of greens on it. You know, you gotta make it look real good with the greens. And that's what we're gonna call the pre-game oxtail system. I feel like it would look good with a little bit of 40 weight too. The 40 weight, we got the hot honey. Hot honey. That's a pre-game snack. That's an oxtail system. Got this idea.
If I see any Patriots fan bragging about this nonsense, I'm calling Donald Trump. I'm getting every single one of your eyes checked. I'm gonna make it mandatory that every Patriots fan gets their eyes checked. I want the NFL investigated for this nonsense. The most rigged game I ever watched. The nonsense calls, the nonsense flags, not a touchdown by boot. Nonsense. Easiest schedule in the history of the league. You've earned nothing. You get nothing. I want an investigation now. If I see any Patriots fan bragging about this nonsense, I'm calling down.
This looks like it should be an art gallery. Let's support Billy Burnett.
Spectrum TV Fixed TV and combined all your favorite sports streaming apps with live TV. 32, Blue 32, hot. It's only more Hail Marys.
It's only more bottom of the ninth magic.
It's only more slow motion replays.
It's only getting all of the sports with over $100 worth of streaming apps like ESPN, Fox One, Tennis Channel, Peacock, and more. Including live TV. Something you never learn more at TV.com. To respond to what's happened with the other teams,
Lions need to respond. They need a good offseason. They need to look at the mirror. They need to use their support down the city. And other things as far as coaching philosophy is concerned. And Brad Holmes might need to consider GM with a greater sense of urgency. Something that, we don't know what deals he turned out or what players or things he would give up. But we're no danger of a basic trade that obviously that line. What's he going to do about it? Right? And their needs are pretty obvious this offseason. And getting all these veteran center great. Coming back with the secondary guy, somebody's going to start at safety next year because they want to have at least one guy will be ready. And probably needs some help, and then he has a tackle. And maybe he had Johnson, that's what I love being off, but do you think he got being off? It might be something. Triple rate 97, Davidson Howell, he's next to 97. Hello, David.
Hey, how's it going? Yeah, you're saying why does he allow work in the offseason? I think they need a new quarterback. I think they need a more mobile quarterback. That's what the game's turned into these days. Why is that? Why did they go?
Because there's multiple ways you can win. There's more than just one way to win.
I understand that, but it seems like the way to win in this day and age is points on the board. And a lot of teams do that to a mobile quarterback.
Well, the Lions finished one in points on the board. Are they second or third in the NFL points on the board?
Yeah, well, we want more playoff appearances,
Well, the AFC's obviously they didn't make the playoffs this year. They went out and did something that hasn't been done. We're like kind of fine. Get the playoff game.
Yeah. Okay, but you get old too. Give your lineup or too much water. So we need to start making the hard choices right now.
How old do you think he is?
He's in his 30s.
He's 31. Is Stafford a mobile quarterback?
What's that?
Is Stafford a mobile quarterback?
No, Stafford's not a mobile quarterback.
He's 37.
Yeah, when you start seeing what a game turns into, it's not a mobile quarterback. When it all take games.
Stafford won yesterday, David.
Yeah, well, I don't know. I think the last defense quarterback.
I mean, how the kids? So look, if your priority, if you think that it is a huge priority, that a mobile quarterback, and then you're never going to Jared Goff. As far as Goff is concerned, if you think of all the things that went wrong with the Lions offensively, specifically the offensive line, there were drops from the receivers and tight ends. Two tight ends were gone. His performance was almost exactly the same as the year before when everything was clicking offensively. Matthew Stafford. Without Laporta, without Brock Wright, and without the best offensive line in football, which he had the year before, Matthew Stafford threw for 65 less yards. Year. Last year, with Laporta, Brock Wright, and the best offensive line in football, he threw 37 touchdowns. This year he threw 34. Last year he threw 12 picks. This year he threw 8. Last year he got sacked 31 times. This year he got sacked 38 times. Stafford's season, year to year, was arguably the same. less around him at work. He didn't have what he had the year before to rely on. And so, after watching this season, if your takeaway is that the Detroit Lions need a new quarterback, and not the Detroit Lions need to upgrade the O-line, and healthy, or address the tight end, or whatever. I don't know what. 485399797. Carson Anderson 97-1. Feedback coming in. Remember everybody clutching their pearls. Dan Campbell kept going for the fourth down early in games. Ben Johnson has done it twice in the playoffs. One game he got away with it. One game he didn't. Next next kickers are more accurate. If you kick longer field goals than any time in history, and yet fourth down conversion attempts are at an all-time high. Just ironic. I mean, more and more coaches do. They're hyper aggressive on fourth downs. And all of the metrics out there seem to quote unquote prove it. But reality is, it's kickers are unbelievable. Unbelievable. I mean, the kicks that were made in conditions yesterday, pretty impressive. The running game doesn't have to do anything. It's always a chump. Somebody chump it. Next up, Doug, any thought that Ben Johnson should have gone for 2 at the end of the game? The fourth down play was such an emotional high. I wonder if that would have caught LA off guard or something. Well, LA would have called a timeout. 1. 2 is remember the possession before? The Bears had a 4th and goal from the 2. 2 or the 3. But the Bears, so you're saying after the Bears scored the miracle touchdown, they should have gone for it. Probably gone for 2 at that point. Probably one thing that hurt them was their previous drive. They had a 4th and goal from the Rams 2. They ran a play that didn't work. You have to think under those circumstances with the game on the line, they ran their best play. This is the play that they would probably run in a 2-point conversion situation with the game on the line. And it didn't work. So they either A, that our best play didn't work, let's just kick the extra point, or B, didn't have faith in their next best play. But it was right before then they had a do-or-die, felt like do-or-die situation on 4th and goal from the 2. They ran a play, the Rams defended. So if you had that, you got your menu of 2-point plays, probably not that different than your menu of gotta have it 4th and goal from the 2. So that might have explained. That's why it's not illogical to just kick the extra point and play for overtime. 248-539-9797. Carson Anderson, 97-1.
With Progressive's Name Your Price tool, you can choose the best coverage option for you. Because you know you. Like, you know you can't cook. You're not one of those people who say that they can, but when people come over for dinner, they find out the hard way, you can't. You can't even microwave popcorn, and that's literally just one button. Plus, measuring and patience are huge parts of cooking, and that's just not you. Only you know you. So get coverage options within your budget with Progressive's Name Your Price tool. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Pricing coverage match limited by state law.
What if sports were traded like markets? Now you can put your sports IQ to work in real time with Robinhood prediction markets. It's not you against the house. It's you participating in a live market. You can buy or sell your positions all game long. I always knew the game. Now I can actually take part. Trade every play with Robinhood. Now available across the U.S. Download the Robinhood app now to begin. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
Must-have trends are here at Macy's stores, so come in this weekend and find so many styles you can wear now and mix and match deep into the season. Think refreshing winter whites, go with anything cardigans, even men's suits from top designer names. And the best part? You can get them all for 20 to 50% off. Yeah, up to half off. So come into the store and walk out with an incredible deal on a new look today at Macy's Waikiki. Savings off select prices. Exclusions apply.
Early birds always rise to the occasion for summer vacation planning because early gets you closer to the action. So don't be late. Book your next vacation early on Vrbo and save over $530 on week-long stays. Average savings $550. Select homes only. Minimum 7-day stay required.
Charlie's battery is struggling to start. Not ideal before the tailgate, so he goes to AutoZone,
Welcome to AutoZone.
where friendly AutoZoner tests his battery for free. Looks like he needs a new one, so he gets a Duralast battery.
If you're all right, and bring it to the music, I'm sorry. Maybe if I.
Give him another chance. Please give him another chance. Just because someone screws up once doesn't mean they're out to be done.
Yeah! That random lady is right. We all make mistakes. I actually thought I was going to a Lakers game. Come on, Suches. I'm sure you all said things you wish you could take back in your life. Right?
Okay. You two have had your fun, and now you're like everyone screws up. Just like now and then. Now we all deserve a chance to get back up and run again.
I've been messing up this whole show. The camera's been on the wrong side. I worked on Zoom calls when I'm not muted. Think of what we might discover. You hiding something and others.
Please give him another chance.
Mine, I was so I'm still free.
Have fun and stay warm.
He makes it to the tailgate early enough to get his favorite spot. Free battery testing and charging. No hassles, just help. Restrictions apply.
Every home service job means another piece of paper. Quotes, invoices, checks. It piles up fast. Before you know it, you're spending more time sorting than getting work done. Jobber keeps everything in one place, from quotes to payments, so nothing gets lost. Businesses using Jobber grow an average of 44% in their first year and get paid 4 times faster than checks. Less paper, more profit. Start a free trial today at jobber.com.
You know that Big Barbie detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement. Attention shoppers, if you want
Derek, see, if it's frontside, and it's me and you. Sweet, yes, Derek. Change. I put people to sleep, bro. Who did? They changed rules because of me. You didn't put nobody to sleep. Change. You changed the rules. Oh my God! Shut up. There's a tone. And it is Derrick Henry. Derrick Henry's tackle. 10 out of 10 times. Shut up, cut back, and this means you one-on-one. You Derrick, see, if it's frontside, and it's me and you. Sweet, yes, Derrick. Change. I put people to sleep, bro. What's right here? What are you looking at? Pour me a whiskey. So, what's so funny? Did I say something wrong? Nothing. It's just the first time in my life that I see the future word is later. Oh, I'm sorry. My manners. Frank Rogers. Nice to meet you. Good dear, bring it to my suite. Sir, make no mistake.
I'm not a poet. I don't care what is your work, but it's not my job. But it's not my job. And I hope this makes up for any convenience. Motivates you to do what you were born Thank you. Good morning. But I'm most certain that as always, Adams. But what's your here? What are you looking at? Pour me a whiskey. So, what's so funny? Did they say something wrong? Nothing. It's just the first time like this. Your bright future word is later. Oh, I'm sorry. My manners. Frank Rogers. Nice to meet you. Take this and bring it to my seat. Sir.
Text the ticket now. Ticket text 248-539-9797.
They're out today. 248-539-9797. Feedback coming into the Carson Anderson inbox. Gator out today from an unnamed texter. Champ the Detroit Red Wings for beating Ottawa. I can't stand Ottawa. Chump the Ottawa Senators for the cheap shot on Lucas Raymond. Thankfully, he doesn't seem to be hurt, but he could have been bad. I can't stand Ottawa either, but I mean, look, I hope grudges. Ottawa's had Detroit's number. Never forget the back-to-backs. Some of the physicality, some of the fun they had at Detroit's expense in those back-to-back games. I don't need to try too hard to find villains in the NHL, but I can't stand Ottawa. Our organization needs to be more like the Rams. They gave away a lot of draft choices to keep Matthew Stafford, but still, here they are, playing at a high level. They find the right players that can play well and fit their scheme. We need more of that in this year's offseason draft. Well, we'll see. I mean, look, that's from G, by the way. I think a mistake people make is they see one team have success and think that's how you got to do it. There's multiple ways to get the job done. In all kinds of sports, there's a variety of ways to get it done. Jared Goff is successful because Jared Goff has an elite skill set to execute an NFL passing game. From the ability to read a defense, to know what happens before the ball snap, after the ball snap. He has an accurate enough strong arm. He can get the ball to the right place. Decision making's great. And one other thing he's done, it's really underrated that he doesn't get enough credit for. He hits receivers on the run, so the yards after catch is great. Guys don't have to slow down. You hit somebody in stride, and they can just keep running. Really good at that. But he's got one thing that he doesn't do well that gets harped on, and it is not straight. Not the most mobile guy in the world. And if that is a high priority for you, how you want your team to play, then you're not going to like Jared Goff. But I'd argue you can win with him. I'd argue that
Stafford's a prime example. Like, I think people didn't like Stafford because he was better. And how many playoff games has Stafford won since he got out of Detroit? Only supporting the fact that it was the organization and not the quarterback. My guess is that Buddy just called, probably trying to run Stafford out of town, and Stafford could win a Super Bowl this year and find himself in the Hall of Fame. It wasn't good enough for that. Because it wasn't mobile enough. 248-539-9797. Paul's in Livonia next. Hello, Paul.
Yeah, the worst thing happened yesterday that could have happened. That's winning. We didn't say we're going to hear calls like, you know, oh, here God. Like, it's ridiculous. People forget people in 12 years. 12 years. And this guy did not have one thing. It was not good here for 12 years. Okay? Jared Goff has been the best quarterback in the history of this franchise. Yes. History of this franchise. For what he's been able to do with all the injuries and everything, it's amazing. So to call up and actually say we need to change quarterbacks means you just maybe don't have a clue about football, or you just are an idiot, because we're lucky that we have him and enough of Matt Stafford. Gone. Sucked while he was here. He was not good. He was not.
Well, that's it.
It was everybody else's fault. It was everybody else's fault but Stafford. And so now these people are going to blame Jared Goff.
Stafford's the same quarterback. Paul, I would argue Stafford's the same quarterback, just as a roster.
He does. He totally does. And people, it's hard for people to realize that. I was at the last home game, and there were people in the stands next to me going, man, I wish we still had Stafford. And I'm like, are you kidding me? Can you name me a big game in the history besides the Cleveland Browns game that, you know, you saw the highlight for 10 years of? He did nothing here. And they embraced him, and they built the roster around him, or they had a roster.
They did build a roster. Paul, I would argue.
No, I mean, he had a roster.
Stafford's the same quarterback, and he's won now, 7 playoff games when you put a better team around it?
You know what? Hey, he didn't do it here. And what are you going to put up? He didn't do it here. True.
He didn't do it. But all he's done is proven that he didn't take good quarterbacks. And it was the organization that was the problem. It's interesting because you and I see the Stafford situation completely differently. And in the end, draw conclusions, and the problem isn't Goff. Steven Ann Arbor. Hi, Steve.
How you doing?
What's up?
So I think tonight's a huge game for the Pistons.
It is.
I think if they lose tonight, you kind of have to think about making moves, because Tatum is coming back in February. So that just shows you that the Celtics are far ahead of you.
It all comes down to one game.
I think so. I think you have to start look at that, because there's no way you're beating the Celtics, even with Tatum.
They've already beaten the Celtics this year. Is that game a wait? Because
it's coming back in February.
I understand that, but why would one game tonight mean that the Celtics are ahead of them?
If you get Tatum back, who's a top 15 player, even at 50%, there's no chance you're going to beat the Celtics.
That's just so. You think he's going to hit the ground running and be the player that he was and make that much of a difference?
No, but in that 50% on that roster, then if they make a move for Jared Jackson, you're done.
Well, wait a second. Hold on. That guy wants it to be true so bad. He wants it to be true so bad. And you know what the telltale line is? And how you know that somebody doesn't really believe what they're saying? When they make a statement and hang up. Don't want to have a conversation. I'm going to say something and hang up. That's how you can tell you don't even believe what you're saying. And look, you guys have had a great run. And it may not be over. But the idea that he's going to come back and help them that much is certainly no given. It is certainly no given, even if he does come back in February. But if you believe it, you'd stick around and talk. 248-539-9797. Christopher is next in Detroit. Hello, Christopher.
Hey, how are you?
What's up?
I got a real problem with everybody talking about how poor Stafford was as a quarterback here.
Well, it's not everybody. It was the one caller. The one caller did it. It probably doesn't need like a full scale analysis, but
Yeah, I hear from people all the time when they talk about Stafford. Like when I talk to friends, when I talk to people at work, they always say this about Stafford. And Stafford was a great quarterback, but same thing with golf. The only thing that golf cannot do, it seems, is he's not mobile. If he has an offensive line, he put up great numbers. He's accurate with the ball, and like you said, he hit plays, stride. I think it's horrible of us to jump off the ship. We can't Jared Goff all over the city and then jump off the ship just because we don't have the tools that he needs to be successful, and therefore we are not successful.
Jared Goff, let's keep in mind here, his numbers didn't drop off. He finished second in the NFL in passing yards, and the offensive line wasn't what it was a year ago. His year-to-year stats are almost identical, except they got sacked more this year. And I think anybody in the right mind will tell you the offensive line wasn't as good. Golf's not really a real topic in Detroit. It's not. They're not having golf discussions down in Elk Park. Teams aren't calling to see, oh, is Goff available? Goff's not available. Goff's a Detroit quarterback. And, our guy who called up and said they need to change quarterbacks, okay, let's say they follow through on that. It starts with a $96 million dead cap money. Now, do they need to, after June 1st, I think that number goes down, but do they need to restructure his contract? Probably. But that's not an indictment on him as a quarterback. That's to make it, open up some room for them to make some other moves. I don't know that we need to launch into a full-scale golf discussion. One guy wasn't a fan. 248-539-9797. Phone calls, feedback. Carson Anderson. Hey, Champ and Chump, we do it every Monday. Get your Champ and Chump on tape. You should be singled out for having the best weekend. You should be called out for having a weekend that stinks. Certainly lots to choose from coming out of that NFL playoff weekend that was. Do you want to get into the Rasmus Anderson not trade to Detroit? Other moves that could be made. One of my favorites is out there. Could be had. We'll get into that in the second half of the show. There's a big Pistons-Celtics game tonight. It's too bad. We thought the Pistons had a chance, but apparently not. It is Carson Anderson, Gator Out today on 97.1.
WXYZ FM and WXYZ HD1 Detroit. An Odyssey Sports Station. Sports headlines from the Planet Fitness Studio. This is 97.1. Let's get it.
Brought to you by Hamilton Chevrolet. After 9 seasons and 8 playoff appearances, head coach Sean McDermott was fired by the Buffalo Bills today. Bills GM and now president of the Braves, Brandon Beane, will remain with the team and oversee the hire of their next head coach. That outlines the person to be head. Is unfortunately Mike McDaniel. He's also already interviewed with the Browns and Titans for their head coaching positions.
down in Allen Park to make sure that we are not watchers again. Sitting on the sideline watching two teams from your division be in the postseason, Green Bay and Chicago. Obviously, Green Bay got eliminated last weekend. Chicago got eliminated this weekend. Dave Campbell said at the end of the season they're going to watch the playoffs. And I thought he was going. It sounded like Steve was planning on watching the playoffs and just stewing about it. And quite frankly, he should. And I don't think it's a referendum on that. But what I mean by that is I don't think Dave Campbell or Brad Holmes should be fired by any stretch of the imagination. But I do think they need to maybe make some changes on the margins of what they do, whether it be fourth down decisions, whether it be we need to upgrade both coordinator positions, not just the offensive coordinator this offseason, whether it be perhaps not valuing future assets as much as Brad Holmes seems to when it comes to trade deadline and off-season moves. Maybe there's a bigger splash in free agency. They certainly need to aggressively restructure some contracts to create some cap space. These are things that I think should be under strong consideration into the Detroit Lions. Because watching the Bears play, and the idea that Ben Johnson get to the NFC title game, let alone the Super Bowl, I'm going to be waiting for that. Now, what do the Bears have? I don't know. Listen to their post-game show last night after the game. What they think they have is a team that's here to stay. A team that, well, this quote was other quote, we don't want to be the Lions. What they meant by that is win the division and then not make the playoffs. And hell, can't argue with that point. But I don't like that we are using the template in Chicago as to who you don't want to be. We don't want to be this either. On the outside looking in. But Lions need to respond. They need to respond. And so I hope that sense of urgency is cranked up. What has happened over the last few years is not good enough. It's been very good. And let me be clear when I say it's not good enough. Doesn't mean I want to fire Brad Holmes and Dan Campbell. I want a fire lit under Brad Holmes and Dan Campbell. Not for a hot seat, but I want that extra motivation, that extra. They're probably laughing at this like we don't want them to win. Like I don't think they want them to win. That's fine. The idea that the Bears are here to stay, they might be. They might be. Because boy, did they have some magic this year. Come from behind wins, double digits. Everything needed to go right. They kept pulling it out of their hindquarters. And bravo. Maybe you do have the next Tom Brady. Patrick Mahomes. That's Joe Montana. Maybe you got it. Or maybe you have a horseshoe stuck up your butt this year and then they wrap this one in all the right places. Maybe those 2 4-down conversions and you'll look at the postseason or incredible. And I guess we'll find out looking forward if they were incredible and they did once to come or incredibly. 248-539-9797. Chairman Chuck Mitchell wrote in. A lot of calls today. I'm big Piston games out against the Celtics. Red Wings on the road to prepare games midweek. Toronto, Minnesota. Toronto's an interesting team because they're the first team out of the Eastern Conference playoffs. In fact, last weekend was Van Riemsdyk for his goal yesterday. What kind of story was that, huh? That's the kind of stuff you do in pre-game skate. Like 20-year-old ladies and put it over the goalie. In the lead, they ended up winning in overtime. John Gibson continues to be the man. Gas was the production. Hey, that's the wishes to make it right. Everything we have surgery, I believe it is. And for a while here, Kelly, like, you want to mess with the business? Absolutely love me. Uncle John, my late great Uncle John. Someone on the Canadian guy, my Uncle John. The first time I heard anybody say holy John, my Uncle John, was the Canadian name. And it was an awesome dude, and that's a big request. He's like, part Canadian lumberjack, part Canadian James Bond. 248-539-9797. Get back to your phone calls. We got Ray and Robbie Lusher on 97.9, right?
Second, obviously, knowing what the other team did, knowing you have a better plan to utilize it. If you know what it for now, that's you already know that because the other teams have to go with a score touchdown and you're looking at 4th and 10 for the 10, you're expecting to be a little bit when the other team did, so you keep the last one down here, but you're keeping up with the third possession. Third possession, what is that? That's what keeping up with the guy next to him. And the Bears gave up that third possession by kicking. And the Rams, you know, are trying to kind of both twice, the Bears got it once. And so, it is, I think it's a tough decision to make. And that's hardly what's been asked. And I think that third possession is very valuable. They may not ever get there. But once you're there, you got to line up and do a concession. I mean, it's like going to extra innings and if nobody scores in the 10th and the team scores in the top of the 11th, game over. That's a pretty big advantage. 214, 5, 3, 9, 97, 97. Anyway, but the NFL coaches knows the kid and gave them the third possession. So they can take advantage of it for them in the first inning. That's the only thing you're guaranteed. One possession. 248, 5, 3, 9, 97, 97. Jim's Blitzer and next. Hold him.
I didn't know that I was thinking of, but I was going to ring 10 minutes ago. And I was just going to call for him. He took the word for it when he was talking about Jared Goff. I'm going to turn the line going to have to rebuild it to the defensive line so this guy can get back. They're saying it will have the offensive line better for Jared Goff. I think he was one of the a lot of quarterbacks now.
Yeah, it's not a starter. He's in such a big contract. He's not going to.
Well, I know that. That's what I think. 4 more years of him is not what I want to hear.
Jim, there was a game yesterday, the less mobile quarterback won. There was a game on Saturday. Darnold beat Purdy. Less mobile. There was a game yesterday, the less mobile quarterback won. There was a game on Saturday. Darnold beat Purdy. Less mobile quarterback won.
Yeah, but quarterback is always better, especially when you can run it from the other way around.
We know we can't run. We know he's not mobile. It doesn't mean he can't win. What he does do is great. And if they don't fix the offensive line, they come back next year. The offensive line is as good as it was the year before. No. Were the receivers as good? No. More drops and they had guys get hurt. The running game wasn't as good. From top 10 to build the pack. Goff's numbers stayed the same. Not exactly. He threw for 65 less yards. He threw for 3 less touchdowns, 37 and 34, but he threw 4 fewer interceptions. He had a better completion percentage last year. I guess I shouldn't argue it, and I just stopped because we don't have a golf topic here. And the availability is the only way you can win. I'm fine, I mean, I guess. We've had playoff games over the weekend in the NFC with a less mobile quarterbacks in the league. Detroit, what's up, DeAndre?
you're opposite of Hodge and the guy that they had. I think it was that they had about that. But no, they should have a sense of urgency to get good results.
That's what I'm here for.
I mean, he's got 2 playoff wins in Detroit and the Rams in the Super Bowl. I mean, Stafford wasn't old enough for a bunch of people. Stafford's won 7 playoff games since he left Detroit. 7. 3 different years, including winning a Super Bowl. Also, mobile and Stafford. Yeah, and Stafford is one of the most immobile quarterbacks left. That's it. You better be great at everything else, and I would agree that Goff pretty much it. Jack Gross, why not Jack?
Hey, Doug, what are you doing? Okay. Yeah, hey, I'm a whole flame of breath of fresh air here. I couldn't handle everybody being negative about Jared Goff. I get it. He's not flashy, but I'd rather have a quarterback get the job done. Like, I was watching Caleb Williams play yesterday, and it was I get it. He's not flashy, but I'd rather have a quarterback get the job done. Like, I was watching Caleb Williams play yesterday, and it was really amazing. Like, he was incredible. But, and saying from Jared Goff, I'm not going to name that. That's the truth. But, throwing 3 interceptions and overthrowing his receiver every other down. And maybe they had 25 points yesterday at the Bears that Jared Goff. Jared Goff, numbers-wise, one of the best quarterbacks in the league, has been so in the past 5 years. And if you want to talk about big games, yeah, you're not going to throw for 330 and 3 like you were against the Tennessee Titans. Every quarterback in the NFL isn't as good in big games. I mean, Sam Darnold put up 41 points the other night and threw for 150 yards and 1 touchdown. Gets the playoffs and gets up for guys Brock Purdy, Caleb Williams. Both those guys, they're incredible, right?
And Jack, there's plenty of examples of him playing well in some big games. Now, this past year, they didn't have a great year. And in the postseason last year, he did throw 3 interceptions.
He did, yeah, he did. He has had rough days, and that's true. But he also won 2 playoff games, like you said. He had a great game against the Buccaneers, played great in that 49ers game. Wasn't his fault we lost. You can definitely win with him. So I think we agree a lot on the most part. I love Jared Goff. And here's the other thing, too. The Lions need to improve the offensive line. Everybody knows that. But there's only one team that's playoff and a bad offensive line. It's real Brett Nelson. They got the job done getting into the playoff, right? So the offensive line, it doesn't matter if you're mobile or not. It matters if you're good. And Jared Goff puts up the numbers. He doesn't get hurt, and he has won games. And there's only a handful of quarterbacks that have actually won the Super Bowl. So I hate the Goff narrative. Anybody I've had a conversation with that hates Jared Goff, they can't back it up with numbers. And when they say he doesn't perform in big games, yeah, sometimes he doesn't. But the numbers never look as good when you're playing top defenses in the NFL.
Well,
and he has looked good in big games, right?
He's got examples of it. The problem is that they lost the playoff game last year and he didn't play well. And there's no question about that. And additionally, they didn't have a great year this year. Now, I would argue that it wasn't mostly on his shoulders. I thought his year and, numbers aren't everything, but they are comparable. It's not like in spite of all that went wrong this year, he still went out and had a pretty damn good year. But whatever. Let's go to Nick in Shelby Township here next. Hi, Nick.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
What's up?
Hey, look, how do we get to this Jared Goff narrative?
I don't know.
I really don't understand. I'm so if you watch, what we need to establish is the running game, and that's the one thing I'm going to bring up the offensive line issue. When we needed to run the football in games we needed to win, we could not run the football. I don't know how people are talking about Jared Goff when you're looking at an offensive line where we were just terrible at times. That's what we got to rebuild and reestablish. For us to be really good and for Jared Goff to be really good, we got to establish the running game, and that's how you win in the playoffs.
Well, I'll tell you this: if it helps a lot. Their run game last year was top 6 or 7 in the NFL, and it was middle of the pack this year. Let me just double check and see if I can get the direct numbers because, we all saw it. They just weren't as consistently good in the run game, and it changes everything when you can run the football. It sets up everything. This year they were middle of the pack this year, and the year before they were 6th in rushing yards per game. Carries per game, carries per rush, like yards per carry, went from it dropped year to year. I mean, they've got to. That's important to do. Still improve defensively. And look, let's face it, they got to get an offensive coordinator in here, and they may need a defensive coordinator. As much as I do like Calvin Shepard, if there's somebody out there that can make him better, don't hesitate. Make that move. And that's where I'm getting into the sense of urgency this offseason. Is if Shepard still needs seasoning or he's, inexperienced showed this year in any way, they know better than we do. And you can get Brian Flores or somebody of that or he's, inexperienced showed this year in any way, they know better than we do. And you can get Brian Flores or somebody of that ilk. I don't know if there's anybody of that ilk, but hey, let's make an aggressive play. Now, a lot of these best coaches available are going to end up with head coaching jobs. And Flores is interviewing for those jobs. He's probably going to get one. But I'd try to get him if he doesn't.
I do want to share, as of about an hour or so ago, it was reported that Kelvin Shepard is having his first in-person interview with the Miami Dolphins for the head coach position as of today.
Okay. Thank you, Corbin. 248-539-9797. 97.1.
Detroit Red Wings play the Toronto Maple Leafs. Wednesday at 6:45 on 97.1. The Ticket.
Doug Skater out. He'll be back tomorrow. 248-539-9797. Monday's main champ and chump. And look, we were talking about mostly the Bears and a division rival making a real play for the NFC Championship game and coming up short, ironically, to old quarterback in Detroit that many people wanted to run out of town, and now those people have repurposed their arguments and are using it against Jared Goff. 248-539-9797. And look, I don't have a problem with people who see things differently. Like, we talk about it all the time. We're all entitled to our opinions. But if you sat here for years saying Goff couldn't win big games, Goff was the problem. Stafford. If you sat here for years saying Stafford couldn't win big games, Stafford was the problem, then Stafford goes elsewhere with a more complete team around him, wins a Super Bowl, and has now won playoff games in 3 separate years. I feel all it does is vindicate those of us who defended him. And we put a embargo in place on that because it was over and we didn't need to do it. But if he wins the Super Bowl, he's probably going to the NFL Hall of Fame, the Pro Football Hall of Fame. There's only one quarterback with 2 Super Bowl wins who's not in the Hall of Fame. That's Jim Plunkett. Eli Manning probably will be. I don't think he's there yet. Anyway, but the point is, and people ran him out of town. And if you ever say, I shouldn't say people, some of you wanted to run him out of town. And if you ever say, oh, blah, 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 one of the key things to have is a Hall of Fame caliber quarterback, when it's all said and done, we might have had that. And my argument was always people are blaming the best player, not the worst players. And look, when Stafford was the quarterback of the Lions didn't get it done. And I looked at a team filled with flaws, and a bunch of flaws. Now they have a more complete team. They actually have a somewhat similar quarterback, and it's starting all over again. And the frustrations are there, man. The frustrations are real. Because what has happened under Dan Campbell and Brad Holmes is not good enough. But they're pretty good. Pretty damn good. When you're pretty damn good, certainly you deserve the opportunity to answer the bell. When you're put on a front like this and you got to come through, you have to answer the bell. And I suspect that they will. Dan Campbell's a damn good coach, and Brad Holmes is a damn good GM. You know how Harbaugh got fired and everybody wanted him? Dan Campbell got fired, everybody would want him. Brad Holmes got fired. Everybody who needed a GM would want him. But, they need to take a long, hard look at the mirror and figure out it's probably moves on the margins philosophically and with the roster. It's probably moves on the margins. But, man, the sense of urgency was there. And the Bears, are the Bears here to stay? They might be. They might be. Lions, to their credit, have beaten the Bears 7 of the last 8 times. Like they've got the Bears number, even this year. But that wasn't good enough. Bears won the war. But hey, let's take a sense of urgency into this offseason. 248-539-9797.
Yeah, and just let the pressure come. Well, that's my question. Like, just move a little bit.
Thank you, Rod. Brad in Toledo, you're next on 97.1. Hi, Brad.
Hey, how you guys doing today?
Okay.
Good. Hey, so here's my thought, just my opinion on golf and Stafford. Listen, Stafford always has been, probably always will be top 5 quarterback. Golf, top 10 quarterback. He's kind of proven that with the stats. So straight up trade, who would you rather have? Well, of course you'd rather have Stafford. But that's not what we're dealing with. I mean, you have Stafford, or would you rather have Goff and Branch and Gibbs and Laporta? Like, it's a no-brainer, hands down. Every day, you'd rather have those 4 than just Stafford. Stafford's problem in Detroit was not Stafford. It was the leadership of the Lions. It was the GM. It was the coaches. He's kind of proven that. So, good for him. Too bad for us right now. Tough season, but, there's always next year.
Oh, look, the Lions aren't in a position where it's hopeless. They got a good roster. They got a damn good roster. With some holes. They do improve their depth for sure. They probably have to replace a few guys and make some tough decisions. They got to restructure some contracts. Maybe they need to get a little bit more aggressive. The only person that it's not the only person, but the person that made the call on how aggressive to be is Brad Holmes. There are others that are in his inner circle. They probably know how aggressive or unaggressive. Aggressive? Did he turn down deals that everybody would have turned down? He's like suddenly people think he's a moron and, turn down obvious trades. But I mean, right now, the favorite to win the Super Bowl is the Seattle Seahawks. In terms of mobility, where does Darnold rank? In terms of the top quarterbacks in the league, where does Sam Darnold rank? The second favorite is the LA Rams. In terms of mobility, where does Stafford rank? Now, as far as top quarterbacks in the league, he ranks much higher than Darnold. But you have to have a guy that gets you in the mix, that makes you competitive, and he's got to do enough elite. And Goff does that. Goff is so good at diagnosing a defense pre-snap, post-snap, and delivering an accurate football in stride for yards after catch to the right receiver. Really good. Getting him into the right play before the ball snapped. You know, I mean, he does a lot of that stuff better than most. That's why he's effective. 248-539-9797. Don and Armada. Hi, Don.
Hey, good afternoon, Doug. Peace be with you, brother. Hey, you know, people, I mean, it's frustrating. I'm going to be 55 in a couple weeks, and I'm a huge fan, but I've always tried to take my sports opinion to be based and realistic about it. And, you know, when it comes to golf, it's not at all our problem. And what good franchise out there doesn't build around the quarterback, his strengths and weaknesses and so on and so forth? So people calling in saying, oh, well, why do they have to do this for golf? Because that's who golf is. That's the quarterback we got. He's plenty of good enough to do it. I mean, if we had a Lamar or if we had a Josh Allen or even Stafford, I'm sure our roster makeup would look different with that. Not what we have. And I think golf's plenty good enough. Just look at the last couple of years. Maybe the last 2 years or 3 years, I can think of the amount of dud games that he's had on probably one hand. And one of them, he managed to win that game in Houston a couple of years ago where he threw 4 interceptions or whatever, but still found a way to get us back to win the game. And the guy that called just a minute ago said he needs to move this way or that way. I personally, watching him this year, I thought he did a lot better of little subtle movements in the pocket, get himself a little bit more time in a bad situation.
Thank you for the phone call, Don. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1. Hey, it's Doug Karsh here to tell you that Sarah Chevrolet in Sterling Heights is ready to warm up the winter with hot deals like a 3-year lease on a 2026 Chevy Trax LT for just $239 a month with $19.99 down. You heard it right, $239. Go now to 17.5 in Van Dyke and Sterling Heights. 87-SAY-SARAH or saysarah.com. Together, let's drive. A GM employee discount through Ally Bank, 10,000 miles per year, plus taxes and fees with approved credit. Offer ends February 2nd.
With Progressive's Name Your Price tool, you can choose the best coverage option for you. Because you know you. Like, you know you can't cook. You're not one of those people who say that they can, but when people come over for dinner, they find out the hard way, you can't. You can't even microwave popcorn, and that's literally just one button. Plus, measuring and patience are huge parts of cooking, and that's just not you. Only you know you. So get coverage options within your budget with Progressive's Name Your Price tool. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Pricing coverage match limited by state law.
Early birds always rise to the occasion for summer vacation. Action. So don't be late. Book your next vacation early on Vrbo and save over $530 on week-long stays. Average savings $550. Select homes only. Minimum 7-day stay required.
Must-have trends are here at Macy's stores, so come in this weekend and find so many styles you can wear now and mix and match deep into the season. Think refreshing winter whites. Go with anything cardigans, even men's suits from top designer names. And the best part? You can get them all for 20 to 50% off. Yeah, up to half off. So come into the store and walk out with an incredible deal on a new look today at Macy's Waikiki. Savings off select prices. Exclusions apply.
Boost Mobile Expert deliver and set it up for you.
Actually, they will have to get up and open the door.
Oh, right.
Delivery available for select devices purchased at boostmobile.com. Terms apply.
At Hills Pet Nutrition, we know that pet parent guilt is real. That's why we make science-led nutrition to help you give more love than humanly possible. Because you're only human, there's Hill. Find the right food at hillspet.com/science does more.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
Hey, look, listen to my voice talking to you about the new Old Spice NFL collection at Walmart. Now listen to my smell. I smell like NFL stars Jared Goff, CeeDee Lamb, Saquon Barkley, CJ Stroud, and George Kittle. I smell like greatness. Why? Because I'm wearing Old Spice's new NFL collection. How can you put the greatness of the NFL into a smell, you ask? You can't. But Old Spice can. And they did. Smell like Sunflower and Speed, Driftwood and Drive, Sea Tides and Toughness with the Old Spice NFL collection available at Walmart. Smell like the greatest smell in the NFL with Old Spice.
Charlie's battery is struggling to start. Not ideal before the tailgate, so he goes to AutoZone,
Welcome to AutoZone.
where a friendly AutoZoner tests his battery for free. Looks like he needs a new one, so he gets a Duralast battery.
Have fun and stay warm.
He makes it to the tailgate early enough to get his favorite spot. Free battery testing and charging. No hassles, just help. Restrictions apply.
For the ones who get it done.
Do you want free internet forever? Yeah, we thought so. That's why Spectrum is giving you just that. Free fiber-powered internet forever when you switch and get 4 mobile lines from Spectrum. No internet bills, no taxes, no late fees. Just fast fiber-powered internet. Call 833-901-0178 to find out how. But hurry, this deal won't last forever. Once more, 833-901-0178. Or visit spectrum.com/free-forever to learn more.
Today, 97 won the ticket, would like to remind you that when you text the ticket, standard text messaging rates apply.
Cars, 248-539-9797. Okay, so hey, look, there is a lot of reason to be encouraged what's going on in Detroit from a sports standpoint. Red Wings are a very healthy team coming down the stretch here. Hopefully they keep it up. The idea of being in the postseason, but being competitive in the postseason feels like it's becoming more and more. Yeah.
I have 100% got a lawsuit coming from me, and I 1,000% don't give a shit. Let me tell you what the hell just happened to me. All right, I went down to the home supply store. All right, you can take your pick. It's either blue or orange. You got a 50% chance of getting this shit right. And I went in there and had to give me some 2-inch Deckmate T25 screws. I got.
Telephone number 313728.
Dude.
get successful, and then we're going to have that Matt Stafford longing and trying to take credit for successes he's had somewhere else because he got to be with us. There's a damn team around him. But thanks.
Thank you. Let's go to Joe in Southfield. You're next. Hi, Joe.
Listen, guys. I'm from Washington, D.C., born and raised. When Joe Gibbs came in and was our coach, he went 8-8 the first year. The next year, we won the Super Bowl. We won the Super Bowl 3 different times with 3 different quarterbacks, 3 different sets of running backs, interchangeable receivers. But the one thing that was consistent was the Hogs. And as one went down, the next man up, and come to find out a lot of those guys didn't get their positions back. Jared Goff is fine. Go get a line, because that's the one thing I noticed. I said, wow, this week they okay. The next week, one of them went down and 2 went down. Listen, and Laporte, I was upset about Hawkinson being gone. I didn't realize how good Laporta could block, catch, and do everything. And he wasn't there this year. So stop. Goff is okay. No, he doesn't run. You have to be able to do 3 things: run, pass, and scramble. Okay? He doesn't run, but he can pass and scramble. But give him a line in front of him and everybody stop bitching. We had a shot at the title and we lost, okay, against San Francisco, but at least we were there. And we're balling now. So give him a chance. And as far as the General Brad Holmes, okay, he's going to do some things right he's not going to do. Don't go there about him when you've accepted a lot of the other crap on the other teams that we've had prior to Brad Holmes. But now that Brad Holmes is there, at least we're going to the playoffs.
Brad Holmes is a good GM. He's got work to do, because what's happened here isn't good enough. It's close, but it's not good enough. He doesn't, I don't need to fire Brad Holmes. I don't need to fire anybody. You just need to figure out why it hasn't worked here. Because if you don't win the Super Bowl, it's not that you're a failure and you need to go. You need to get yourself back in the mix where you're a more legitimate Super Bowl contender. And that means he might need to change some of his philosophies. He's earned the right to try and do his way. And if his way isn't going to work and he sticks with it, he will lose his job. But we're far from that. And the man deserves the right to make any on-the-fly adjustments that need to be made to try and get him over the top. The totality of his work is really good. Is it good enough? No. He needs to get better. He's a pretty smart guy. 248-539-9797. More of your phone calls and feedback coming up. Champ and Chump votes last hour to get him in is straight ahead. That is next on 97.1.
Snapshot from Progressive wasn't created for just anybody. Oh no, we made it for you, gradual breakers. You keep your eyes on the road, so you see it all. As long as it all happens directly in front of you, like a Swedish masseuse, your foot does exactly the right amount of pressure to apply to the brake. That's why your passengers feel totally relaxed with you behind the wheel and occasionally super sleepy. With Snapshot, safe drivers like you get personalized rates based on your driving habits. Sign up today at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Snapshot not available in California or from all agents.
Charlie's battery is struggling to start. Not ideal before the tailgate, so he goes to AutoZone,
Welcome to AutoZone.
where friendly AutoZoner tested battery for free. Looks like he needs a new one, so he gets a Duralast battery.
Have fun and stay warm.
And he makes it to the tailgate early enough to get his favorite spot. Free battery testing and charging. No hassles, just help. Restrictions apply.
What if sports were traded like markets? Now you can put your sports IQ to work in real time with Robinhood prediction markets. It's not you against the house. It's you participating in a live market. You can buy or sell your positions all game long. I always knew the game. Now I can actually take part. Trade every play with Robinhood. Now available across the U.S. Download the Robinhood app now to begin. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives, LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
Must-have trends are here at Macy's stores. So come in this weekend and find so many styles you can wear now and mix and match deep into the season. Think refreshing winter whites. Go with anything cardigans, even men's suits from top designer names. And the best part? You can get them all for 20 to 50% off. Yeah, up to half off. So come into the store and walk out with an incredible deal on a new look today at Macy's Waikiki. Savings off select prices. Exclusions apply.
Here's how to stay alive longer so you can enjoy Boost Mobile's unlimited plan with a price that never goes up. Do not mistake a wasp nest for a piñata. Stay alive and switch now at Boost Mobile. After 30 gigs, customers may experience slower speeds. Customers will pay $25 a month as long as they remain active on the Boost Mobile unlimited plan.
Spectrum TV Fixed TV. It combines all your favorite sports streaming apps with live TV.
32! Hi! It's only more Hail Marys!
It's only at the bottom of the ninth magic.
It's only more slow motion replays.
It's only getting all the sports with over 100 hours worth of streaming apps like ESPN, Fox One, Tennis Channel, Peacock, and more, included with live TV at no extra cost. It's only the way TV should be. It's only everything. Learn more at SpectrumTV.com.
With Instacart, last minute doesn't have to mean unprepared. So when Susan and Tony and Jenna all decide they're coming to your party after all, you don't even break a sweat. You just download the Instacart app and add all the snacks with just a few taps. That way you can shop now and get your game day essentials delivered in as fast as 30 minutes. It's that trick play you've always got up your sleeve or in your pocket. So take groceries off your to-do list and get back to the group chat. Get game day deals through Instacart.
Come to DSW for the shoes, stay for the fun. Yeah. Even fun. Have you been doing it right? Now go ahead. Try something new. Try something different. Good different. Try something that feels like you. You know, the real you. And then definitely brag about it later. Because at DSW, you've got unlimited freedom to play. Find the shoes that get you. At prices that get your budget. At DSW stores or at DSW.com. Let us surprise you.
WXYZ FM and WXYZ HD1 Detroit. And Odyssey Sports Station. Sports headlines from the Planet Fitness Studio. This is 97.1.
We're getting ready for a big Pistons game tonight as they're set to take on the Boston Celtics from Little Caesars Arena at 8 p.m. Today, the NBA will announce the starters of the 2026 All-Star Game, and Cade Cunningham is almost certainly a lock to be a starter this season. Jalen Duren said at shoot-around this morning, that's something we can expect for years to come.
Testament to the work he's put in. You know what I mean? He's a hard-working guy. It's a testament to the player he is. He's a guy who comes in, he leads the team, he works his butt off, and he deserves it, man. I mean, it's not surprising to me. I expect him to be an all-star for the rest of his career, so y'all should too.
This will be Cunningham's second consecutive All-Star selection and likely his first as a starter. You can hear Cunningham and the Pistons tonight right here on 97.1 as we'll have the game at 8 o'clock. Pre-game coverage courtesy of Jeremy Otto begins at 7:35. You might not hear Ron Holland's name as he was just recently added to the injury report. He's questionable for tonight with an illness.
himself as a defensive coach. Made a huge name for himself as a defensive coach, so much so that he got this competition. Is he somebody that if he doesn't get a head coaching job, can be a defensive coordinator here? Yeah. Guy that was on both sides of the football. He's out there. You got Brian Flores out there. You got to ask yourself, will one of these guys do better with the personnel with the defense that the Lions have than Calvin Shepard? The Lions should be interviewing candidates because Calvin Shepard now, he had one, and this is his second interview, I believe, this one in person with the Dolphins. So, take a look. Start preparing yourself for losing him, and then in the meantime, if he doesn't get that head coaching position, which he probably won't, but if he doesn't, you can make him change anyway. Tough. But gotta do what's right for the team. And that's what I'm talking about. Is there a sense of urgency to win right now? And maybe that's an example of it. 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. We got a Chuck in Muskegon. Hi, Chuck.
Hey, how are you today?
Okay.
Great. Hey, thanks for taking my call. Well, as a quarterback, I think Jared Goff is a good quarterback, and he seems like a good guy. But let's just look. Since he's been in the league, yes, he's had some real impressive numbers. Yeah, he did take the Rams to the Super Bowl. But, McVay, who's one of the top, I think we could agree, probably one of the top 5 coaches, if not the best in all of football, especially from an offensive standpoint. There's a reason why he didn't think he could win with Jared Goff. So why would he that he thought he could win a Super Bowl with? He's got one of the best quarterbacks, in my opinion, ever on his team right now. But and the other thing is, he just doesn't have the it factor. And I know that's just kind of a cliche, but and I hate to say this about the guy, but I mean it's true. He can't win a big game. And if you look at his career,
are playoff games not big games?
Oh, they are. They are. But I mean, the one in Washington, he had 4 turnovers.
He's lost. He's okay. Fair enough. He took a team to the Super Bowl, and you're telling us he can't win big games.
I think he can't win big games. Nope, I don't.
How did he get to the Super Bowl without winning one big game?
Well, he had a pretty good supporting cast around him, and yes, he did some good things. But I mean,
Chuck, you made the declarative statement he cannot win big games.
Well, my definition of a big game in maybe yours is
only the ones that they lose. Got it. I mean, you can't come on and say he can't win big games, and then I point out big games. You go, oh, he had some good people around him. No crap. You have a good team. And then you sit there and talk about he went to the Super Bowl, but he's never won a big game? What's a big game if a playoff game isn't a big game? You don't get to play the next week if you lose a playoff game. It doesn't get any bigger than that. Your season is over when you lose a playoff game. And you're going to sit here and tell me he can't win a big game. He took a team to the Super Bowl. He won 2 games here in Detroit in the postseason in front of your eyes. And you're going to sit here and tell us he can't win a big game. Did he contribute mightily to the loss to Washington? Of course. That wasn't what you said. You said he can't win the big games because he doesn't have the it factor. This undefinable feeling that you have. He doesn't have it. It's only a big game if he loses it, is the definition that you gave us. Playoff games, they're not big games unless you lose them. Washington game was a big game. He lost it. But the other playoff games that he won, including one where he came off the bench for the Rams and won it, those don't count. Those don't count. Those aren't big games. Come on. You know what? I wish I could reason away every argument that easily and say the only thing that supports me are the things that support me. Anything goes against me doesn't count. Yeah, you got that. You got it. You got it. kidding me? Kevin and Gross. No, it's all right. It's all right. It's all right.
Hey, I think the mistake the Lions make is the same that Dan Campbell made and the same that Brad Holmes made, is that, winning has been something foreign to them, and so they don't quite understand it. And so what I would offer is this, is that the mistake that Brad Holmes and Dan Campbell made is, as first-year GMs and first-year coaches, is not understanding that the path that they laid out for success was there and they didn't realize it. So I think they both came in with a plan of how this was going to go and what they were going to do and put together to make sure this team was a winning team. And that season that came where we got to the NFC Championship was a total anomaly. And I don't think, and Dan alluded to it, he said, hey, look, we might not get back there again. So maybe he understood it a little bit, but I don't think other people did. It's just not a natural progression to get there. When you're in your window, and this is where Brad failed, you have to recognize that and go for it at that time, because you don't know when it's going to happen again. And I hope both of them, Campbell and Holmes, realize that next time we're in that window. But I think it's going to be another, couple of year build to get to that point, Kevin, and more along the progression.
Do you, I mean, it sounds to me, and I correct me if I'm wrong, it sounds to me like you don't give them credit for building the team that went to the NFC title game?
No, I absolutely give them credit. I think that the success came earlier than even they imagined. I think that the whole program was dynamite, that they executed it perfectly. I think they thought that maybe that would take longer, so that when it came, they weren't ready to adjust to the new short-term plan, which is we have to win the Super Bowl right now. So I don't know if their directive is like, hey, we've been a laughing stock for 50 years. Make sure we have a winner on the field for the next decade, or if it was put us in the path for success, and when we get there, go for it. Absolutely. I just am not clear what it is.
I would think that they would probably laugh at the thought that they're not trying to win the Super Bowl. I think they would laugh, like belly laugh at that thought. But I mean, look, should they have given it more gas after the NFC Championship game? Sacrifice some future resources, maybe, but the thing is, they've locked up. They're clearly their goal has been to lock up their best young players that they have drafted and developed for a long time to keep the window open for as long as possible. I think they're far from done, and maybe they give it more gas in the future and maybe part with some future things. But Brad Holmes came from an organization where they were in the playoffs 3 of his last 4 years with the LA Rams, and you said they're not used to winning. I think he was getting used to winning when he was with the Rams. 248-539-9797, 97.1. Hey, the Sam Bernstein Law Firm. Call them at 1-800-CALL-SAM. Sam Bernstein Law has been respecting Michigan clients for over 50 years and earning respect from insurance companies along the way. Get respect, get results, get experience. That's the Bernstein advantage. 1-800-CALL-SAM.
Snapshot from Progressive wasn't created for just anybody. Oh no, we made it for you. Gradual breakers. You keep your eyes on the road so you see it all. As long as it all happens directly in front of you, like a Swedish masseuse, your foot does exactly the right amount of pressure to apply to the brake. That's why your passengers feel totally relaxed with you behind the wheel and occasionally super sleepy. With Snapshot, safe drivers like you get personalized rates based on your driving habits. Sign up today at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Snapshot not available in California or from all agents.
Do you think astronauts fight over elbow room? Probably. Because advanced tech doesn't always mean more space. Until now. Introducing the Hyundai Ioniq 9. A 3-row electric SUV with over 300 miles of range, ultra-fast charging capability, and lots of space. The all-new Hyundai Ioniq 9. Space in an EV. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
EPA estimated range for Ioniq 9 based on fully charged battery. For comparison purposes only. Actual range will vary based on several factors.
Must-have trends are here at Macy's stores. So come in this weekend and find so many styles you can wear now and mix and match deep into the season. Think refreshing winter whites. Go with anything cardigans, even men's suits from top designer names. And the best part? You can get them all for 20 to 50% off. Yeah, up to half off. So come into the store and walk out with an incredible deal on a new look today at Macy's Waikiki. Savings off select prices. Exclusions apply.
Here's how to stay alive longer so you can enjoy Boost Mobile's unlimited plan with a price that never goes up. Do not mistake a wasp nest for a piñata. Stay alive and switch now at Boost Mobile. After 30 gigs, customers may experience slower speeds. Customers will pay $25 a month as long as they remain active on the Boost Mobile unlimited plan.
Does it ever feel like you're a marketing professional just speaking into the void? But with LinkedIn ads, you can know you're reaching the right decision makers, a network of 130 million of them, in fact. You can even target buyers by job title, industry, company, seniority, skills. Did I say job title? See how you can avoid the void and reach the right buyers with LinkedIn ads. Spend $250 on your first campaign and get a free $250 credit for the next one. Get started at linkedin.com/campaign. Terms and conditions apply.
Early birds always rise to the occasion for summer vacation planning because early gets you closer to the action. So don't be late. Book your next vacation early on Vrbo and save over $530 on week-long stays. Average savings $550. Select homes only. Minimum 7-day stay required.
What if sports were traded like markets? Now you can put your sports IQ to work in real time with Robinhood prediction markets. It's not you against the house. It's you participating in a live market. You can buy or sell your positions all game long. I always knew the game. Now I can actually take part. Trade every play with Robinhood. Now available across the U.S. Download the Robinhood app now to begin. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives, LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
Baseball is all about stepping up to the plate when it matters most. And when you've been injured, you need a heavy hitter in your corner. At Morgan & Morgan, we don't back down. We fight to get you every dollar you deserve. No curveballs, no strikeouts, just results. That's why we've recovered over $25 billion for our clients and fight for them from offices nationwide. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm.
Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
We've all been there. You hold on to a coupon, hoping to cash it in at the store, but then you forget about it. And suddenly you've got a mountain of useless expired coupons.
You think this one's still good? Free milk.
Oh, mate, that expired in 1993.
Dang it.
Fortunately, there are better ways to save money, like by switching to Geico. You could save about $900 on car insurance without ever touching a coupon.
Ooh, how about this one? Half off floppy disks.
Now, you should try a bit of spring cleaning.
It feels good to save big. It feels good to Geico. Text the ticket now. Ticket text 248-539-9797.
I don't know how this happened. Today's show's gone off the rails. Turned into a golf show. And which was just weird. Like the quarterbacks that won both the NFC games were the less mobile quarterbacks. But you can't win with golf calls or flying in, which stuns me. 248-539-9797. Kevin in Marysville. Hi, Kevin.
Hey, how you doing?
Okay.
Here's what I can't understand. In this town, you can't be a quarterback or a goalie because you're to blame for everything. I mean, Matt Stafford. I root for Matt Stafford every game, every year, just because people complained about him so much that they felt like they had to get him out of here. And now he goes someplace else and he's successful because he has all the tools that he needs, which he never had here. There is nothing wrong with Jared Goff. If you don't know football and you don't understand that you've got to have an offensive line that is efficient so that the guy can stand in a pocket and make plays, which they didn't have this year. Their run game was down because they didn't have a proper offensive line. And to go back a couple callers, where the guy's talking about having a defense that can actually stop people. I mean, holy smokes. If you're scoring 28 points a game, most games, you should be winning those games. It shouldn't be in a track meet every friggin' game. So I just don't understand it. I don't know what we want here. I really don't. You know, it's insane to me. Insane.
I mean, look, I don't know that Stafford left for any other reason than Stafford requested to leave. Now, did he request to leave because he felt maybe a toxic environment around him? We had to put an embargo on Stafford calls. And I think a lot of people didn't like him because he wasn't mobile. He wasn't particularly mobile. And yet, here he is. He's won 7 playoff games since he left. He's won a Super Bowl. Might win another. When it's all said and done, he might have a Hall of Fame career. And people wanted him out. And, look, I always argued people are blaming the best player. They should be blaming the worst players. The lack of being able to build a team around him. And this whole notion of, well, you got to build a team around Goff to win. Yes. Also, every quarterback. 248-539-9797. Nobody does it by themselves. John in Battle Creek. Hi, John.
Good morning. How are you? Or afternoon now. Sorry about that.
All good.
Sounds like you're having a rough day, dude. The last, 10 callers. Is it have your head up your butt day? Because, seriously, who was the fault for this year last year? Dan Campbell. He didn't call the plays the year before when they went 15-2. He called them this year. And you had people on the front line hurt and on the defense. But I personally think it was the play calling. I think it was more behind the scenes than what we're looking at. Jared Goff's a good quarterback. Don't get rid of him. You can make him work. I mean, like you said, Doug, it's like he has won 2 playoff games. He went to a Super Bowl in that 49ers game. Still went to a Super Bowl. I don't know how they blew that game. That still makes me mad on the play calling on that game. I think that game's the worst game ever in Detroit history.
Well, they called some plays. Dan Campbell, well, it wasn't Dan Campbell, but they called some plays that worked in that game that didn't get executed, like drop passes. And the one thing that Goff directly contributed to in that loss was the quarterback running back exchange with Jahmyr Gibbs that turned into a fumble and a turnover. I mean, I hate relitigating that game because it's frustrating as hell, but it was a very winnable game that Goff had little to do with the loss. He had more to do with the loss last year to Washington. He did not play well in that game, which we have discovered today apparently is the only big game he's had in Detroit. Let's go to Joe in Sterling Heights. What's up, Joe?
Hey, Doug. Dude, I'm sorry. You're going to hate my call, bro. I apologize. But I just wanted to go back to the point you made a few calls ago about Goff not winning big games, or the gentleman saying that Goff doesn't win big games. I don't know how you could say that Goff wins big games when the big games he hasn't won. So you got him. So you get to the Super Bowl. The Super Bowl is the big game. In his career with the Rams, the Super Bowl was his biggest game. He lost. With the Lions, his biggest game was the NFC Championship game. He lost. And I agree, he wasn't the main reason why we lost, but he also wasn't the reason why we won. He can't take over games for us, man. And I'm not trying to be a super Debbie Downer, but if we're going to take that next step, again, I'm not trying to say trade him, but man, we do have to really prop him up and to get the best out of him. And I feel like there's a lot of other quarterbacks in the league that things fall apart, they can still take the game over. I don't see Goff ever taking a game over.
Who you got?
Josh, I mean, dude, obviously, I'm going to talk
Josh Allen?
Josh Allen?
Yeah,
Joe?
bro. He lost all his big games by your definition.
This is true, but if he had a better cast around him, like we do here, he would win. Josh Allen can run. I was looking at the NFC Championship game stats.
Well, that's the most convenient argument ever. Like to say that Josh Allen is an example of a guy that wins big games, when the exact same argument you used against Stafford can be used against Josh Allen. Exact same.
So I see your point there, bro. I see your point. But what do you say about Goff winning taking over a game? Have you ever seen, and when it matters the most, the gentleman just said, yeah, we choked up an 18-point lead against, or whatever it was, against the 49ers. How come Goff couldn't take that over in the second half like Purdy took the game over in the second half? Purdy was a completely different player.
You look at the 2 drop passes by Josh Reynolds in that game. that both would have made a huge difference. Like, he can't throw and catch the ball. He also can't play defense. He can't play defensive back. And I'm not even sure Goff would have let the Kendall Vildor ball go off his face mask and be completed down to the 1. I mean, dude. And Josh Allen? Josh Allen, who fumbled by throwing the ball away right before half. I love Josh Allen now. I want Josh Allen to win in the worst way for a guy I have no affiliation with. I feel terrible for him. I think that guy wants to win in the worst way. And he had a brutal turnover, an absolutely brutal turnover. And you know what? You can win with Josh Allen. Josh Allen's in that group of quarterbacks that you can win with. And do you need to have a team around him? Yeah. Stafford, you took away what was the best offensive line in the league. His receivers didn't play as well. He lost both his top 2 tight ends. The run game went from top 6 in the NFL to middle of the pack in the NFL. And Stafford stayed the same guy. He completed passes for 65 less yards this year. 65. He threw 3 less touchdowns and 4 fewer interceptions. While the offense took a step back around him. And yeah, Goff has had some huge games in his career. Huge games. You don't finish second in the NFL in passing yards without taking games over and having monster games. The victory over the Bears earlier this year, for an example, he threw for 334 yards. 5 touchdowns in that game and no interceptions against the Bears this year. Bears who won the division. It's almost like when he does, the people that want to argue against him want to dismiss all that he did good. Josh Allen? If you're going to say that the biggest game he played as a Ram he lost and the biggest game he played as a Lion he lost, and then cite Josh Allen as a quarterback that can win the big games, you can win with Josh Allen. Jay in Detroit, you're next. Hi, Jay.
Hey, Doug, I love the show. I'm gonna agree with the last caller though. I wouldn't say that Goff has to leave, but each big game that he faced this year,
Half off floppy disks.
You should try a bit of spring cleaning.
It feels good to save big. It feels good to Geico.
Take the exit. Turn right into the drive-thru.
Nope, I'm making dinner tonight.
You don't have time. Josh has practice.
Oh, that's right. I'll just get a salad.
And fries?
No, just the salad.
But salad cancels fries.
Salad only.
Fries.
Salad.
Fries.
Food noise isn't fair, but Mochi Health is. The affordable GLP-1 source that puts you on the road to successful weight loss.
Hey, can I get the
Fries.
salad? Sorry.
Learn more at joinmochi.com. Mochi members have access to licensed physicians and nutritionists. Results may vary.
So he goes to AutoZone for the free Fish Finder service,
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
where a friendly AutoZoner reads the light in just a few minutes and gives him a detailed report
No big, just a loose gas cap.
and gets him to the court with a tight gas cap and tighter defense. The free Fix Finder service at AutoZone. No hassles, just help. Restrictions apply.
Come on.
Station where your opinion matters.
Sometimes they're out. One thing I'm watching tonight, the national championship game, because you can look at all the differences in the roster and the similarities, and where Miami's good, where Indiana's good. I'll tell you one thing to pay attention to that very well might decide this football game and open up the door for the Hurricanes. The return. Keep your eye on the return. Just say. 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. We go to Anthony here on 97.1. Hi, Anthony.
Hey, what's up, bud? I just want to say that the era of the running quarterback isn't this year. You need a guy. We were looking at Goff's touchdowns this year. How many people threw those touchdowns this year?
I don't know, man.
Not that many. Was it one guy?
I don't know exactly. I suppose I can look this up. That's why they made the internet. So look up.
I looked it up, but I'm driving.
Yeah.
But how far did Lamar Jackson get in the playoffs?
He didn't make it. The
Williams, how far did he go? Lost yesterday in a shootout.
Yep. Well, it wasn't.
No, it wasn't. It was nice. It was a nice.
Here's what's funny, Anthony. The two quarterbacks that Detroit has bitched about led the NFL touchdown passes. Stafford was first ball.
Oh, and we got him. We got a crumbling line right now. We got to fix that and give Goff some time to throw the ball. When he's got time, we go pretty deep.
You know what? I mean, did he have time this year? He still had a decent season. I mean, it wasn't the best. I'd argue that there were stats don't tell all the story, but he still threw the second most TD passes in the NFL.
You know what I mean? And everyone will say Goff's not good. Goff's not good. Goff's good.
Well, not everyone, but the people with phones today, it seems like it. Thank you. 248-539-9797. DJ in Detroit. What's up, DJ?
Doug, I think I'm in the back here to go in and out, man. I'm driving. So, but check this out, Doug, man. It's kind of driving. It's like I was cool about this, but driving nuts. So, I'm not really a golf fan, but I try to be unbiased and not be a hater and just go by what I see. What I see is, and I have a pretty good memory, Doug, and you're a little bit older, so let's think back. Hey, Doug, how many Super Bowls did the Washington Redskins win with the Hawks? Do you remember?
A bunch.
3. Do you know what you have to ask all these fans out there who are listening because y'all driving me crazy? Is Derek out better than Mark Richt and Doug?
Yes.
Is he better than Doug Williams?
Yes. DJ, you're right about your phone. I hate to let you go, but you're breaking up. So try and reconnect. 248-539-9797. Aaron in Shelby Township. What's up, Aaron?
Hey, Doug. Good afternoon, man. Great topic. I agree with the last two callers quite a bit. It is because it needs to be discussed because there's so many people out there that want to get rid of him. He's a good quarterback, man. And I think he can win with them. Obviously, we can. Second in touchdowns, second and third in passing yards. It's not necessarily everyone else around them, right? But everything plays a factor. The coaching, the GM, the injuries. So we play against how high are they playing? A lot of these teams are playing their A-plus ball against us because they know how good we are. So, it's just, I want to keep them. I want to see what happens in the off season here. I want to see what our team looks like next year. Our team is really good. We have a lot of good key players. Our coach is good. I think we need a good OC. I think we need to let Dan Campbell just do his job and have
Aaron, they are, if they have a good offseason, they add the right offensive coordinator, make an upgrade there, get Dan Campbell back to just being in charge of being a head coach. You get maybe make a defensive coordinator upgrade. That is something that I think is worthy of a conversation. You make some changes on the margins of the roster so you have better depth. And I think the one big addition needs to be the center of the offensive line. I think they could be really right back to where they were.
Exactly.
So,
there's just so many other things that play a factor in our success than just the quarterback position. There's what is there?
If you look at the position groups and you go around the NFL and you say, what position groups are strong and which ones aren't? The Lions quarterback room would not be considered a weakness. It wouldn't. There are other positions on the team that would be in the lower half of the room. And those are the things that probably need to get addressed the most. Look, I mean, there are quarterbacks right now. If you look at the quarterbacks that are left, Stafford, I mean, I can't say this for sure, but I've had many of the same people that are running Goff out of town seem to want to would run Stafford, try to run Stafford. Like Sam Darnold. Sam Darnold's not one of the best quarterbacks in the NFL. He's having a heck of a year, but he's not one of the best quarterbacks in the NFL. Jared Stidham, I guess, Bo Nix had a hell of a year, but that whole thing, the way it's played out, was really weird. So, I mean, that Goff, one of these quarterbacks is going to win the Super Bowl, right? And it very well may be a quarterback that's worse than Jared Goff. And that should make people relax and just say, if Darnold wins the Super Bowl, Darnold's not going to end up ahead of Goff on a lot of lists in terms of best quarterbacks in this league, but doesn't that tell you that Goff could win it all? Robert in Southfield, you're next. Hi, Robert.
Good afternoon, Doug.
What's up?
Here's my topic. I am so tired of these coaches and this analytical of not going for it. For going for it on fourth down. They always come back to fight you. I.e. the Bears last night. They was at a 31. And then they come back on fourth down and try it again. And what happened? When you down there in the so tired of it. And it seems like it always come back to bite you when you don't make those correct, proper decisions of coaching.
Well, I don't believe in hard and fast rules in sports. I think there's a lot of stuff that's situational. When the Rams went for it on fourth down once and made it, when it works, it kind of gets forgotten, lost in the wash. When it doesn't work, it comes under heavy scrutiny. At the end of the day, you better get more right than wrong.
But at the end of the day, just like you said, if you're going for it on fourth and one, you need to be a half a yard so you can do the tush push.
Well, the Rams weren't, and they went for it and got a first down and scored on the next one. And they were in field goal.
That Dan Campbell garbage, because that cost us the Super Bowl. When you could have went down there and kicked the field goal. Instead, now you're back to chasing points. That's all I got.
All right, thank you for the phone call. 248-539-9797. Ed in Clarkston. What's up, Ed?
Hey, Doug. How you doing today?
Okay.
Well, from listening all morning, you've probably been better. And let me start off.
This is not. I got to tell you, a lot of work done this week to get this weekend to get ready for the show. The word that was not written on my show sheet once was the name golf.
Right. Well, your ability to remain respectful is amazing. So let me just go ahead and quote Bugs Bunny. What a bunch of maroons. With no offensive line, I don't care who you put back there. Classic example. Arguably one of the best quarterbacks of modern day is Mahomes. His line was hurt and depleted this year. How'd he do?
They had to share stuff.
Yeah, exactly. So it doesn't matter mobile, how great you are as a quarterback. You're not going to do anything if the rest of the team around you, because it is a team sport, by the way. I've always been a big Matt Stafford fan. And I thought, in Detroit, they wanted to build around him with specialty players, never wanted to build up the line. And I think that was the ultimate reason for him wanting to leave. And it's showing now. He's got a line in front of him, a good defense. Look what he's doing now. Possibly win a second Super Bowl. Jared Goff, I think, is an outstanding quarterback. When he first got here, I wasn't a big fan because he was replacing my guy. But, you know, he, to me, is as good, if not better, than Stafford. You just got to have the horses around it. And people that don't realize that don't know football.
Well, look, I mean, you know, there are quarterbacks that are probably better at ad-libbing and doing things off script. There are definitely quarterbacks that are better at that than Jared Goff. And, you know, when the offensive line has deficiencies, I think strangely people blame Goff for that and start talking about replacing Goff rather than upgrading the offensive line. You know, if your brakes are failing, you don't change the oil. Fix the brakes. Just fix the offensive line. You know, let's fix the offensive line and get back to being a more efficient offense. I mean, they literally might be one player away from being back to as good offensively as they have been, specifically better in the run game, provided Brock Wright and Sam Laporta get healthy. I think Isaac Tesla is going to be a factor moving forward. If you go out and improve that center spot with a veteran, that might be all they need offensively. And young guys, year to year, get better, which is a natural and logical progression. It still has to happen. It's not a given. But this doesn't feel like it needs to be any more complicated than that offensively. And then use the rest of your resources to improve the defense and get yourself a better OC, maybe a better DC, and let's roll. 248-539-9797, 97.
Operate in Virginia by Shell.
At CGC Home Services, they know your family's health and comfort come first. That's why they provide top quality plumbing solutions, advanced Connecticut water treatment, and air purification technology, proven to reduce 99% of airborne bacteria, viruses, and mold. I have them in our home. You should too. From faucets to the air you breathe, CGC Home Services is here to protect what matters most. Call CGC Home Services today at 855-339-4242. Cleaner water, cleaner air, and complete peace of mind. 855-339-4242 or cgchomeservices.com.
Detroit Red Wings play the Toronto Maple Leafs. Beginning Wednesday at 6:45 on 97.1 The Ticket.
Sean McDermott fired today by the Buffalo Bills after 9 seasons. Rex Ryan immediately said, Bill Belichick to Buffalo. Well, that'll be interesting. And that would be a job that Mike McDaniel wouldn't get. And on top of that, you get me off the hook for my shoot the boot guarantee that one of the NFL jobs this offseason will be filled by a college coach. Bill Belichick, head coach of North Carolina. I made a shoot the boot guarantee. So I'm not against that. I hope Rex Ryan's right. 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. DJ in Detroit. Are you there, DJ?
Yeah, I'm here.
How you doing?
Yeah, man. So like I say, man, I just try to be fair. Not a Jared Goff fan, but I'm a huge lifelong fan of sports and particularly football and basketball. So I've watched a lot of it. So when I was he's better than Mark Griffin, Doug Williams, and Joe Theismann, and they got 3 Super Bowls. The reason being, the Hall. I can make an argument, even though people will rebuttal it because he has 3 Super Bowls. I'll put Jared Goff stat for stat, eye test to eye test with Troy Aikman. And Troy Aikman is more of a statue than Jared Goff, but he got 3 Super Bowls. You know why? Because both of those 2 franchises have arguably the 2 greatest offensive lines in the history of the game. So when you have that, and you have a player with his caliber of talent, you definitely can win with him, man. Because there's been at least 10 quarterbacks, it's not even good as him, but their offensive lines were great, and they won. But be fair to the kid, man. Is he the best in the top 10? Maybe not. But can you win a Super Bowl with him? Absolutely. Mark Rippon can. Beatles Sam. For heaven's sake, I know Jared Goff.
Is Sam Darnold the guy that if you want proof that a quarterback of Jared Goff's caliber can win it all, you root for Donald? Nobody would put Donald ahead of Goff.
Nope.
So is that the guy we want to win?
Yeah, babe, but I'm gonna ask you, Doug, you think Jared Goff's better than Phil Simms?
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? Like, I don't know, man. Maybe because it was 30, 40 years ago and people...
Things are a little different. Yeah, I mean, their quarterbacks throw it a lot more. The passing game's far more complex than it was. A lot more. I think they're responsible for a lot more. But at the end of the day, you got to build... You build a Super Bowl team. Build a team. And in some positions, they're good enough to win the whole thing, and others, they're not. If you list their position groups that are problematic, quarterback's not at the top of the list. Let's go to John, who's next on 97.1. Hi, John.
Hey, how you doing, Doug?
Okay.
Listen, man, I am sick. I've been listening now. I listen every day. I love your show. Great show. But Goff he's the quarterback. He's a scientist. I mean, the guy can read the defense. He steps up to the fucking line. Freaking line.
Definitely need to improve the offensive line. And that can be done. Maybe with just one player. We got to figure out what's going to happen with Decker. And the truth is, Decker, even if he's healthy, may get cut for cap purposes. Move Penny Sewell to left tackle and upgrade the right tackle spot with somebody with some cheaper alternative to try and make the team better. But you don't do that without upgrading the offensive line elsewhere. And Decker is probably in the twilight of his career here anyway. So that's the way it's set up right now. There's no question that, in my mind, that they are close-ish. They need to have a good offseason. I don't want to see them come back with essentially the same roster. I think it's pretty clear they need to have a good offseason. But they're not like multiple off seasons away from being right back in the mix for the Super Bowl. In my estimation, they are one good. It would be cool to help themselves with good luck with injuries, but you can't really predict that, so you may as well do everything you can to account for it. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Charlie next on 97.1. Hi, Charlie. Charlie, are you there?
Yep, I'm.
Let's go to Charlie next on 97.1. Hi, Charlie. Charlie, you there?
Yep, I'm here.
Go ahead,
Doug. Thanks, Doug, for bringing some sanity to this topic. And I just want to say that, this is a team that struggles with injuries. And who's the one player that hasn't been injured? Jared Goff. Now, where would this team be without Jared Goff? That's my question. So for all those Goff haters out there, I'd like to hear their answer to that. And I guess I'll just leave it at that.
Well, they're in a position where, I prepared for today's show. Nuan's going to be solo, deep notes, multiple topics. And what took off today? Something I didn't even write down on my show sheet. Jared Goff. And, I would expect it if Caleb Williams and Brock Purdy had won their games, because they were both in both their games the more mobile of the two quarterbacks on the field. However, more mobile quarterbacks lost to the two less mobile quarterbacks in the NFC games. And I would have thought that would have supported the notion that a less mobile quarterback can be effective. Is he perhaps the least mobile quarterback, the starting quarterback in the NFL? Maybe, but at the end of the day, not what I expected. Sit back and see what happens next. I'm just glad the Bears are out. I'm really glad.
What happened? what you still talking with Corbin?
How did we get on Jared Goff today? What happened? I don't know.
No, I mean,
I don't know. Like, you never know what direction it's going to go.
So what's the
mobile quarterback? I think it was, you know what it is? Caleb Williams the last 2 weeks scrambled and made some miracle throws.
Look, it's Mahomes, right? The throw against the pass. But it's more.
I think both things can be true. You have a dying breed of quarterback, but yet who are the two QBs that are in the NFC title game? They're not mobile. I mean, if you want to say Sam Darnold can scramble for 7, okay, Goff can scramble for 4.
Right.
But I don't think you have to. But is the sport going that way? Well, heavily, yes. But I don't think you throw your quarterback in the garbage based on that one thing.
Well, I mean, it's kind of a moot point because they're locked in.
Exactly.
Anyway.
This is my thing, though. All right, and then, oh God, I don't want my show to turn out this way. I don't want to argue about God. Is there a real chance he's the 3rd best QB in this division? Yeah, because you're dealing with youth, so an upside versus established and performance.
Either Caleb Williams is the next coming of Mahomes, Brady, Montana.
Yeah,
or he got lucky as hell this year.
and yeah, maybe next year's Jaden Daniels bomb squad. Sure,
and I'm willing to be open to both. And
this is the best division in football.
It's kind of cool. But I'm sick to my stomach. Like, I'm still rattled by the fact that the Bears almost. I know. That's how much I despise.
I'm like watching the game, and I'm like, this is legitimately good football. Like Dennis Allen, and they got healthy in the secondary. And yeah, the slot blitz stuff isn't sustainable, but it was. I'm like, Houston. Like if the Bears just make a decent improvement defensively,
well, look, they might have some cap issues too.
They could. Remember, first of all, I'm saying our guy, not your guy. I'm a slack for Colston Lover. Mm-hmm. Those are my 2 Wolverines last year, Colston and Mason.
Okay. Yeah.
I wanted Mason Granford-Agino. I thought he was the best player in Dre. Doug, they've got cheap talent. Luther Burden's cheap. Trapulo's cheap. Manungai's cheap. They have some offsets there. We'll get to it, but I want to open up with, after a really largely wonderful weekend of football.
Yep.
Why is it all we can talk about this year?
Well,
we're going to get into it.
It's a tough game to officiate. I feel bad for Buffalo fans because they could have gone either way. Hey, that's next. 97.1.
WHYT FM and WXYT HD1 Detroit. An Odyssey Sports Station. Sports headlines from the Planet Fitness Studio. This is 97.1.
Brought to you by Applied Innovation. Pistons hosting the Celtics tonight in a clash between the top 2 teams in the Eastern Conference. The Pistons are 30-10 this season. That's their best record through 40 games since 2006 when they started 35-5. The Celtics started this year with an 8-8 record, but are 18-7 since and recently passed the Knicks for the 2nd spot in the East. Detroit is favored by 3 points tonight on FanDuel, as they will likely have a solidified all-star starter by the time the game tips off. In just moments, the NBA will announce the starters of the 2026 All-Star Game, and Cade Cunningham will almost certainly be listed. Jalen Duren spoke about Cade's accomplishment at shoot-around this morning.
I think when it comes down to it, being a good player in this league isn't just while you're on the court. It's how you take care of your body, how you take care of your mind. His success. So I would say being with him these last couple of years, watching his work ethic, it's no surprise. Like I said, he's right where he should be, and he's going to continue to grow.
Duren is also a likely all-star this season as he's averaging a career best 18 points. We'll all be active tonight right here at 97.1 with a pregame coverage starting at 7:35 before the 8 o'clock tip-off. The college football season concludes tonight as well as Indiana and Miami will kick off the national championship down in Miami at 7:30. The Hoosiers are favored in that one by 7.5 points. A win would give them their first national title in program history. At the Coldwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Live from the Jamie Samuelson Studio, The Valenti Show with Rico on 97.1.
Do it and do it. Welcome in on a Monday. Whether you're listening with the day off, we appreciate it, or if you're one of us working today, we'll get you to 6. I am making an alteration to the show. Rico's not here, or Penny's not. I'm making an alteration based on what Doug Harsh just endured. I had a topic that I was excited to do, but we're going to evolve. Is that really what you took out of what was largely an epic weekend of football? Doug just did 2 hours of your takeaway here. The takeaway I was prepared to come in with, aside from the joke of officiating or the joke of Josh Allen being a sympathetic figure when he turns it over, that the thing that has ended your last two seasons is your defense. We can talk about your running game. We can talk about your offensive line, not giving Goff the level of protection even. But when we talk about scoring defense, what we're really talking about is time to pressure. Watching Saturday, it's not about a sack. It's about how fast I can get heat on the quarterback and force decision. That's where, locally, you've been duped. You've been lied to. Well, the Lions are top 7 and suck. What's the time to pressure? When I'm watching these teams go out and kill each other, it's about how fast I can heat the quarterback up, period. And guess who was almost dead last in football? You. See, that was my take. If Brad Holmes and Dan Campbell, they got to go have some kind of say-off and get their mind wrapped around. Brady's just different. Brady's a one of one. There's no anything. He's Tom Brady. All right. You can't do any comps. You could arguably have at the start of next year the last of the true pocket pick. Doesn't mean you can't win. Might be a little more difficult. Might have to do it a different way. Might have to give him very specific support. But my takeaway is you better get serious. Stop the hero worship and get with it. Because, again, Patriots are a little bit of an outlier. But guess what? Yesterday, pressure everywhere. Everywhere. And the Bears, look, is it sustainable for Dennis Allen to be bringing corners and safeties every play? Not sustainable. But you know what the Bears are going to address this offseason? They're going to get another pass. Bet your ass. Houston Texans, I don't need to tell you what they do. Seattle Seahawks, I don't have to tell you what they do. The Rams, I don't have to tell you what they do. The Broncos, who led the league in just about every bleeping category. Look, guys, to me, that's the takeaway. 3 of the top 4 scoring defenses are playing for a right to go to the Super Bowl. Damn near everybody who played this weekend, when you're watching these games, way to play defense, it's about pressure. Taking 7 seconds. Pressure. Winning your individual. Splitting a double. Pressure. Wins. Interior pressure. So I'd love to talk to you about it because I'm really surprised. No yelling, no anger, just surprised that the takeaway is, well, we need a mobile QB. Do you? Matt Stafford and Sam Darnold are playing this weekend. What you need is a better defensive line. Because I think you've been duped. You've been lied to. Because what happens is either team-friendly media or the team itself is going to tell you some blobbity blue about sacks. And it's like, okay, Bob Muhammad had this big year. Yeah, in 7 games. The other 10, where are you? Aiden, you really want to go over that film? Oh, he had a sack against the Giants. Yeah, for 60 minutes of doing nothing. You've been duped. You know what I know. That 4-man pass rush is the worst in football. That, not any conversation about Jared Goff, should be front and center. And look, did I like everything Goff did? Absolutely not. But to act like all of a sudden that's your problem, guys, come on, really? If the only thing you'll ever be happy with is a unicorn quarterback, I suggest you stop watching the line. Because that's just not in the cards. You're too good to draft that player, and you have a really good player. Do I think Goff is great? No. But he's really good. And I mean, again, is there any world I'm taking Sam Darnold over Jared Goff? No, of course not. And if Sam Darnold's about to go to a Super Bowl, because I'll tell you, the Rams are effed up, then that kind of gives you your answer, doesn't it? Seattle runs the ball more than anybody else, and the defense is wicked. Wicked. That's the takeaway from the weekend. That and Josh Allen melted down with turnovers, and because he cried in the postgame, everybody wants to surgically plant their lips on it. 248-539-9797. So that's where we're going to start today. I think Doug did a nice job. I think Doug was sideswiped by mobile QB talk. I'll allow for it. But I do, sincerely, what is your big takeaway from watching football as it would pertain to your team? And we get into the official. Well, I think it's coaching. I think it's building a real defensive line. I'm not interested in selling T-shirts. I'm not interested in face paint. I'm not interested in antiquated things like not offering context to a sack or to a pressure. Case in point, don't tell me Aiden had 6 pressures against Jameis Winston. Jameis had over 3.5 seconds in the game. Those pressures are useless. You can go redeem those if they can bust. 248-539-9797. We'll get with you. And if you don't like my take, if you think that the take about defense and D-line or, the scoring defense, we can have that conversation. But I did not walk away from this weekend going, oh, well, we've got to go out and get a mobile QB. No, I didn't. Northville Lumber. Talk about them all the time. Largest Trex decking outlet in the country. And you'll go, Mike, how the hell are we talking about decks? It's 10 degrees. Well, if you don't get on the schedule now, you will not have a deck built in the spring. So call them today or stop by the showroom, take home some samples, get on the schedule. Let's get this thing rolling for spring when we get to go outside again. It's Michigan's Trex Superstore. Go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com.
Meet Matthew Preston. Inside his apartment, everything he holds dear is protected by Progressive's Renters Insurance, like his laptop and a surprisingly valuable collection of baseball bobbleheads. Outside his apartment, his laptop is still protected, as are his bobbleheads, which he carries around with him for reasons no one knows. Renters, the limits of protection aren't just the 4 walls of your home. When you're in Progressive's Protection Zone, get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and third-party insurers.
You know what they say. Early bird gets the ultimate vacation home. Book early and save over $530 on a week-long stay with Verba. Because early gets you closer to the action, whether it's waves lapping at the shore or snoozing in a hammock that overlooks, well, whatever you want it to. So you can all enjoy the payoff come summer with Verbo's early booking deals. Rise and shine. Average savings $550. Select homes only. Minimum 7-day stay required.
What if sports were traded like markets? Now you can put your sports IQ to work in real time with Robinhood Prediction Markets. It's you participating in a live market. You can buy or sell your positions all game long. I always knew the game. Now I can actually take part. Trade every play with Robinhood. Now available across the U.S. Download the Robinhood app now to begin. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
Must-have trends are here at Macy's stores, so come in this weekend and find so many styles you can wear now and mix and match deep into the season. Think refreshing winter whites, go with anything cardigans, even men's suits from top designer names. And the best part? You can get them all for 20 to 50% off. Yeah, up to half off. So come into the store and walk out with an incredible deal on a new look today at Macy's Waikiki. Savings off select prices. Exclusions apply.
We've all been there. You hold onto a coupon, hoping to cash it in at the store, but then you forget about it. And suddenly you've got a mountain of useless expired coupons.
You think this one's still good? Free milk.
Oh, mate, that expired in 1993.
Dang it.
Fortunately, there are better ways to save money, like by switching to Geico. You could save about $900 on car insurance without ever touching a coupon.
Ooh, how about this one? Half off floppy disks.
Now, you should try a bit of spring cleaning.
It feels good to save big. It feels good to Geico.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I want a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement. Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
Do you want free internet forever? Yeah, we thought so. That's why Spectrum is giving you just that. Free fiber-powered internet forever when you switch and get 4 mobile lines from Spectrum. No internet bills, no taxes, no late fees. Just fast fiber-powered internet. Call 833-901-0178 to find out how. But hurry, this deal won't last forever. Once more, 833-901-0178. Or visit spectrum.com/free forever to learn more.
Do you think astronauts fight over elbow room? Probably. Because advanced tech doesn't always need more space. Until now. Introducing the Hyundai Ioniq 9. A 3-row electric SUV with over 300 miles of range, ultra-fast charging capability, and lots of space. The all-new Hyundai Ioniq 9. Space in an EV. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details. EPA estimated range for Ioniq 9 based on fully charged battery. For comparison purposes only. The full range is already based on total factors.
97.1 The Ticket would like to remind you that when you text the ticket, standard text messaging rates apply.
You're a real crumb bum.
Okay, let's get to business. But first, I do want to check in with Corbin. Now, look, you've had time to sit here and listen to this. I'm fair game. If you disagree with my take, that's fine. I don't think fans are focused on the right thing. Tell me what's got to be wrong.
I agree with that 110%. I mean, obviously, when you look at the NFC title game, as we were talking about earlier before the show started, neither of them are mobile guys. And at the end of the day, and I think I said it on this station as well, so I guess I got my face. I've always said that the defense wins championship motto is a little overrated in some ways, because at the end of the day, it does.
I guess you gotta delete them again, Luke.
The primetime game from last night, Rams Bears right there. Sure, was it freezing? That plays a factor, obviously. But it came down to defense. I was genuinely shocked, especially as a Rams fan, how good Dennis Allen prepared those guys.
Yes.
And I forget what is one name, that Brisker? Is it Jaquan Brisker?
Jaquan Brisker.
I mean, he was just an animal. I was scared. I was scared watching the game. I can't lie about that. But no, at the end of the day, it does come down to defense. And even when the Lions were 15-2, and obviously just the top of the NFL, what was the main issue?
But remember,
defense.
And here's the thing: I want to be specific about. It's important people hear what I'm saying, because this is where I think people get lied to. At the end of the 15-2 year, Aaron Glenn was blitzing at almost a 60% blitz rate. Unsustainable. Will get exposed. Must generate fast pressure in a dominant manner with a 4-man rush.
And at the end of the day, you just got to switch it up. I mean, you can blitz to heat them up. I'm saying, when push comes to shove, the teams that win the Super Bowl, I saw with my own team twice, beating teams that were superior to my team, get the quarterback. Oh, yeah. And I mean, look at the game going back to the Rams-Bears last night. Stafford, he looked clueless out there because the O-line was, I can't even say diminished. They were healthy, but I mean, good God, they didn't know what to do. There were a couple of plays and the blocking was bad. There were a couple of plays where a Chicago Bear defensive lineman simply destroyed the person in front of him, and it was immediate pressure. Don't give me the happy horse bleep, the 4.6 seconds time to throw. I'm not interested. And I get why people get seduced. Look, I think Caleb has come an awful long way. I defended him after his rookie year. He got sacked 800 times. He didn't have a 26 interception season. He threw 6. And Ben Johnson comes to town. They spend money on the offense. And by the end of the year, Caleb is out here winning playoff games. And Caleb's making these unbelievable throws in the seminal moment of their season. Yeah, you better hope he doesn't get any better. That ain't got nothing to do with God. Go to people, go to Walter to bat lead off today. Walter, what's good, buddy?
Hey, what's good, Mike? How you doing? Huge fan. So,
thank you.
I just want to talk about that. I totally agree with your thing. I think the mobile quarterback thing, here's my take on it. I think the mobility is simply a premium. It's like, if you got it, it's fine, but if you don't, that we may have against Goff today, I'm not in no way shape or form a Goff defender.
Right.
But he did have one of the top offenses in the league. Despite how inefficient they were on third down, or despite, Goff overthrowing or underthrowing his receivers, he still put up a pretty damn good year. But what has been the main constant this regime has been his house, in the defense. You pointed it out. And I actually think you're a little bit deeper. I mean, you were saying how little against the quarterback is more like about 4 or 5 or something against I was watching. I mean, you can't ask a premium edge rusher who just broke his leg in half to go out there and carry it. He just fine to have his best year, which he did, and not ask any of the other guys to hold their own.
No, and Walter, listen, you and I see it the same way, and I don't need to go yelling and screaming about it because I feel like it's all I've talked about for 2 years. And I'm sorry to those of you out there who are slamming your head off your steering wheel going, yeah, I know, you jerk. But I just understand. Your team, it's almost like they hate the defensive line. It's almost like, well, we have Aiden, so we'll just go bargain basement shopping. I'm sorry. Job number 1 is the offensive line this offseason. Job 2 is major upgrades on that defensive line. And whether they do it or not, immaterial to the conversation. It's my opinion. This is what needs to happen. And I'm giving you reasons why, because when you watch those games, you see what it is. You know in your heart, that's not your defense. You know it. Go to Rick, 97.1. Rick, what's good?
Mike, love your take. Can you give me a minute? This is real stuff here.
The floor is yours.
Brady and Payne can't run to the refrigerator. How many rings do they have? The QBs today are getting the ball out of their hands in 2.5 seconds. It's about processing information and understanding schemes. The NFL guys call Michael Vick a coach killer, running quarterback. Kill that myth. Those are the people that want the hooker to play over Goff. He got the Reeves fired in Atlanta because he got hurt. The same thing in Baltimore. The Lamar, he got hurt. He was healthy for the first 6 games when they were 2-4. And he's a running quarterback. He didn't make the playoffs. So all those people about running quarterback, buy a Baltimore Ravens t-shirt. Harbaugh just got fired because they don't get to win the big one. Just like Dan Reeves in Atlanta did. And learn the football from Mike.
Well, Rick, I think you're speaking some truth here. And you can win it multiple ways. But look, if you want to win it with Jared Goff, the recipe is simple. You got to run the football. We need about 35% play action. And you better have a defense that's going to go and kill quarterback. That's it.
Mike, if you can't get the guy 2.5 seconds to get rid of the ball with the averages now, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, come on, man. Team it up.
No, and Rick, you're right. And again, that is it. Okay, so your takeaway, how about this, Rick? Because we can shape another takeaway. We are woefully short on offensive play calling and schematics. That while you bodied terrible teams,
you were half as effective against good. I think they averaged like 43 points against the bad teams and about 23 against the good teams. That would be a takeaway.
Can I give you something because you're who you are? People laugh at Mr. Millen. Mr. Millen played for the Niners. He won. He has rings. He did in Detroit. This is coming from the owner. The draft and the wideouts. Because in San Francisco, when it was 3rd down and 8, the left, check out the Lions third and whatever conversion rate, right? Matt believed so strongly in it that Joe could always move the chains because they had somebody to go to, whether it was a tight end or Mr. Rice, okay? Learn to convert on 3rd and 10, have some good go-tos, and get it done.
Yeah, I mean, and Rick, you largely have that, right? Like, again, Millen was awful and drafted. Mike Williams was the one that really tipped the scales there. But, yeah, Rick, look at what teams do now. Look what the Bears did. Their first 2 picks this year, they drafted Colston Loveland and they drafted Luther Burden. And they already had DJ Moore. And they signed DeAndre Swift. Well, what? They loaded the wagon. Look at the Lions. The Lions have dedicated a ton of resources. Now, what they got, you got to have an offensive line. This offensive line was not good enough this year. And again, you're going to have to rebuild it in essence. But yeah, my focus is still, it's not about a mobile QB. It's about what is my defense and how do we function. The Bears, look, they played well against the Rams, but let's be clear. They shot the Rams with kind of a one-off with this incessant slot corner secondary blitzing in a game where it was 0 degrees in the snow. You think you're getting away with that on the fast track? Like, come on. So I hear you. But I want to be clear for people just joining the show. Doug Karsch, it was an avalanche of Goff warfare. And I'm going, that's what you took out of the games this weekend? No. It's your running game's got to be better. And you need a front four that's capable of functioning on their own accord without incessant blitzing. Your front four isn't good. And why Dan and Brad seemingly thumb their nose at it, go bargain basement, do all this crap, I don't know. I don't get it. But they've got another shot to get it right. And it has to be this offseason. We'll get more of your phone calls. I also want to check in on the ticket text. Yes, we will get to officiating because Lord knows it's a problem. And yes, in the 4 o'clock, I want to mix in. Don't laugh. I just have to say something about baseball. And it's going to be coming from a Yankee fan, but it's going to positively surprise. Okay? We got a full show. I know nobody's working today, but we are, and we're prepped and we're planned, and we got good stuff for you. So just sit tight, relax, and we'll get with it. Great phone traffic so far as well. 97.
Meet Matthew Preston. Inside his apartment, everything he holds dear is protected by Progressive's Renters Insurance, like his laptop and a surprisingly valuable collection of baseball bobbleheads. Outside his apartment, his laptop is still protected, as are his bobbleheads, which he carries around with him for reasons no one knows. Renters, the limits of protection aren't just the 4 walls of your home when you're protections. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and third-party insurers.
Must-have trends are here at Macy's stores, so come in this weekend and find so many styles you can wear now and mix and match deep into the season. Think refreshing winter whites. Go with anything cardigans, even men's suits from top designer names. And the best part? You can get them all for 20 to 50% off. Yeah, up to half off. So come into the store and walk out with an incredible deal on a new look today at Macy's Waikiki. Savings off select prices. Exclusions apply.
Rain on game day doesn't phase Vader. It's already got the contract. Just needs to do something about those wipers. So Dave heads to AutoZone,
Welcome to AutoZone.
where a friendly AutoZoner helps him with premium quiet wipers and some hand wipers.
You're all set.
Now, if only his team can handle the elements as well as his new wipers. Get wipers, glass cleaner, and more with no hassle. Just help at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. You know that big bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement. Attention shoppers, if you want a real
Stop paying for watered down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's gotta be clean, it's gotta be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
What if sports were traded like markets? Now you can put your sports IQ to work in real time with Robinhood Prediction Markets. It's not you against the house. It's you participating in a live market. You can buy or sell your positions all game long. I always knew the game. Now I can actually take part. Trade every play with Robinhood. Now available across the U.S. Download the Robinhood app now to begin. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives, LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
There's nothing like being in the stands cheering on your favorite team. Game Time is your hack to unlocking amazing tickets in just a few taps. Plus, their Game Time guarantee means you can trust you'll get 100% authentic tickets at the best price. Fees are always included, so what you see is what you pay. Get the best deals on sports tickets. Download the Game Time app and create an account to start searching for tickets to upcoming games and events. Swipe, tap, ticket, go. Game Time. Do you want free internet forever? Yeah, we thought so. That's why Spectrum is giving you just that. Free fiber-powered internet forever when you switch and get 4 mobile lines from Spectrum. No internet bills, no taxes, no late fees. Just fast fiber-powered internet. Call 833-901-0178 to find out now. But hurry, this deal won't last forever. Once more, 833-901-0178. Or visit spectrum.com/free-forever to learn more.
Must-have trends are here at Macy's stores, so come in this weekend and find so many styles you can wear now and mix and match deep into the season. Think refreshing winter whites, go with anything cardigans, even men's suits from top designer names. And the best part, you can get them all for 20 to 50% off. Yeah, that's a lot. So come into the store and walk out with an incredible deal on a new look today at Macy's YPP. Savings excellent prices, exclusions apply.
This one here, you take away from the football as you pertain to the land. And one show got overtaken by the being the mobile quarterback. And my takeaway was that really people scoring defensive football are still alive. And front 4 pass rush is separated. You know, it's going to get to a point where you're not going to be able to blitz. Got to bring 4, cover 7. Got to get home and quickly. Everyone in their lane. Interior and exterior pressure working in harmony. The Lions don't have that. It's why your 15-2 season partially ended too. Aaron Glenn, by the end of it, was blitzing. And this year, let's face it, you were bottom. I think you're dead last in football in front 4 pressure rate. In time to pressure. So, to me, those are my two. I never for a second thought about Jared Goff. So, that's what we're talking about. Corbin, ticket text. So, I always ask David, before you even read it, I know you're canvassing all, even the ones that are just MF and S like crazy. But it's more, what is the percentages? People obsessed about the quarterback or people that are bringing up something?
I would say a lot more people are bringing up something else. A lot of people are agreeing with you as well. And whether if it is the O-line or the defensive line, but let's get straight to the text here. We got one that says, I 110% agree with you, Mike. I really told my brother, forget the Cuban talk. We need playmakers on the D-line. Everyone was singing Purdy's praises, and then he ran into the buzzsaw Seahawks. The Broncos.
That's the other thing. It stems from the front 4. I will say it again. I am not sure Lee McNeil will be this thing. Just like I'm not sure about Brian Branch Kirby. I would love to see a big expenditure, whether it be via draft capital or via free agency. You need an interior war daddy. You need to hit it. Because, and again, you go, oh, how could we do that? It's very simple. Strength on strength. Full stop.
Another text we have here, 2 takeaways. 1, our defense is nowhere near good enough to win a Super Bowl. And 2, Ben Johnson and Dan Campbell will not win a single thing until they start taking the points every time.
Yeah, I think Ben ended up +1 in the exchange, meaning he went for it, didn't get it twice. He settled. He went for the third time, scored the TD. So you're up 7-6. Look, and by the way, when you're doing the math here, you can't kick twice and then magically the third time you get to go for it and score a touchdown. So I hear you. I would have preferred you take the points and you get 9 instead of 7, but that still doesn't win them. It won't win the game. It just, to me, they lost because, one, they had the perfect play call. And DJ Moore dogged. If you go look at the all-22 of DJ Moore quit on the route. Caleb, I'm not telling you it's the best ball he threw all day, but if DJ Moore runs the route, runs through the route,
You look like Rieger running.
but that ball's not intercepted, Court. Now, a lot of people go, well, why did they throw the ball? It was 10 yards of the field goal, right? It is -7. You're not in field goal range. Hey, why was Sean McVay throwing bombs the last drive of the game? Because you don't want to leave it to your kicker. And maybe you wanted to cover 3.5.
Another text we have here, Mike. This should be the least stressful draft in Lions history, coupled with the most crucial free agency in Lions history. Draft trenches and buy straight dogs in free agency. The sky has not fallen, but the ceiling is cracked.
Yeah.
White Band Rob, whatever that is.
No, I think it's ultimately the restructuring of Goff's deal. You're married to him for 3-4 years, period. So how are you going to build this team with that as your reality? This offensive line needs a major upgrade, and the defensive line needs a major upgrade. It begins and ends right there. I don't think it is anything to do with it. Let's go to Albert, 97.1. Albert, how you doing, buddy?
What's going on, Mike? How are you, man?
Good. What's on your mind?
So I think, first of all, if people came out of this weekend thinking that Goff was the problem, I think that's completely asinine. I think, like you said, Darnold and Stafford are less than the quarterback, less than the playoffs, and they have absolutely no mobility, especially Stafford. I think coming out of this weekend, it has to be, other than addressing that O-line, I think that, like you said, that is priority number one. It's getting another pass rusher alongside Hutch, because if you watch that Houston game, CJ Stroud was essentially playing for New England. The Texans have a fantastic secondary as well, but him and Danielle Hunter were in the backfield within 3 seconds of every single passing play. Mm-hmm. And I think obviously the Lions do not have a good secondary. I think you can counter that by either fixing that secondary or getting another player alongside Hutch that can create some disruption in the backfield. And I think that's a much easier way. That's a much easier plan rather than rebuilding that whole secondary.
Agree completely. And Albert, that's it. I mean, like, you nailed it. Like, CJ Stroud, do you know how bad Stroud was in that game? Like, how bad? Awful. Well, it's worse than that. He was given a QBR of, I think, 28 point something.
Yeah.
If you just spike the football all game long, you get a 36.8.
Exactly.
They would have been better taking knees than having CJ Stroud.
He threw the ball more to New England than Drake May did. And they were still in it in the fourth quarter. And that's why it frustrates me so much, because I'm not the biggest Goff defender, but these same fans that were chanting Jared Goff at Red Wing games 3 years ago now want him out.
Well, it's the same. It's the same as the Aiden Truder. Watch Will Anderson play, and then go watch Aiden and tell me that's the same.
And I think people that defend Goff, I'm fine with Goff, like I said, but also people that say we don't need to fix that much because our offense was really, really good statistically. If you actually watch the games, like you said, they blow up these bad teams, but then when they play good teams, they don't score, and Goff throws empty calorie yards because they're playing from behind, because they can't run the ball, and they're forcing Goff to drop back with no play action threat, and he has to throw the ball every time, and it results in empty calorie points that just fuel those stats.
Well, I have some,
the reality, the offense is not.
Albert, I have some breaking. I don't mean to cut you off, but we have breaking news that's Lions related. I got to do this.
So, per Ian Rappaport and Adam Schefter, the Lions are hiring former Arizona Cardinals OC Drew Petzing as their new offensive coordinator.
Okay. All right. I don't hate it. I don't. I know some people will recoil. They'll say Kyler Murray. they'll say, well, if he's so sweet, why is he out of a gig? Look, my prerequisite was someone who's been somewhere else, someone who's done the job. I'm not going to sit here and tell you just hired the Pope. Okay, no, I'm not going to say. And the Mike McDaniel thing before you call, that ship sailed when this carousel imploded, including Mike Tomlin, including now Sean McDermott. I mean, Mike McDaniel hit the lottery by my end.
The CRV, 3.99% APR up to 36 months. Hey, Pacific Honda's got
Daniel just. I mean, Corbin, you're talking about there were 10 openings, not 4 or 5. And to me, McDaniel now has some options that do include, and you can't overstate this. Robert Saleh worked with Mike McDaniel when McDaniel was the run game coordinator of San Francisco. If Saleh is going to be a head coach, and I sincerely believe he will be, that can be a 1-year ramp up with a limitless. Maybe McDaniel wants that, but ultimately, I think he'll be a head coach. So that's not on the line. That's not their fault. They can only do so much. 248-539-9797. FanDuel, all customers a profit boost for the college football championship tonight. Last boost of the season in the last game of the season, which, by the way, we really have to do better. I mean, it's damn near. What are we? It's ridiculous. Feels like the regular season was 7 months ago. FanDuel profit boost. It's FanDuel.com/Michigan. Get your college football profit boost today. 21 and up, present Michigan. Opt-in is required. Bonus issue. Non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions do apply, including any token expiration or max wager amount. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. Got a gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. That's 1-800-GAMBLER.
Meet Matthew Preston. Inside his apartment, everything he holds dear is protected by Progressive's Rangers insurance, like his laptop and a surprisingly valuable collection of baseball bobbleheads. Outside his apartment, his laptop is still protected, as are his bobbleheads, which he carries around with him for reasons no one knows. Renters, the limit of protection aren't just the four walls of your home. When you're in Progressive's Protection Zone, get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and third-party insurers.
What if sports were traded like markets? Now you can put your sports IQ to work in real time with Robinhood Prediction Markets. It's not you against the house. It's you participating in a live market. You can buy or sell your positions all game long. I always knew the game. Now I can actually take part. Trade every play with Robinhood. Now available across the U.S. Download the Robinhood app now to begin. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate. By Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
Ah, the Florida coast. Verbo has over 57,000 exclusive vacation homes on the Florida coast that Airbnb wishes they had. That's 57,000 exclusive perfect sunsets for your team to miss because they're on their phone. 57,000 exclusive patios where Grandpa can man the barbecue in his "Kiss Me, I'm Flamus" apron. 57,000 exclusive hideouts to gleefully ignore your email. Make it a Verbo for your next Florida coast trip. Must-have trends are here at Macy's stores, so come in this weekend and find so many styles you can wear now and mix and match deep into the season. Think refreshing winter whites, go with anything cardigans, even men's suits from top designer names. And the best part? You can get them all for 20 to 50% off. Yeah, up to half off. So come into the store and walk out with an incredible deal on a new look today at Macy's Waikiki. Savings off select prices. Exclusions apply.
We've all been there. You hold on to a coupon but forget about it, and suddenly it's expired.
Expired in 2012. Dang it.
Fortunately, by switching to Geico, you could save about $900 on car insurance without ever touching a coupon.
It feels good to save big. It feels good to Geico.
Do you want free internet forever? Yeah, we thought so. That's why Spectrum is giving you just that. Free fiber-powered internet forever when you switch and get 4 mobile lines from Spectrum. No internet bills, no taxes, no late fees. Just fast fiber-powered internet. Call 833-901-0178 to find out how. But hurry, this deal won't last forever. Once more, 833-901-0178. Or visit spectrum.com/freeforever to learn more.
Must-have trends are here at Macy's stores, so come in this weekend and find so many styles you can wear now and mix and match later in the season, like refreshing winter white.
No worries, fellas. Happy Monday and happy MLK Day, my good fellows.
Yes, sir. What's on your mind?
All right. So I know everyone's talking about, or there are some narratives out there that are saying that, this is like on Dan Campbell's shoulders, this decision, and it's kind of a long shot, but I wouldn't even put it on Dan Campbell. I would more so put this on another Brad Holmes project decision. He's always throwing these Hail Marys, these reaches to get these, sneaky little gems because he's the smartest man in the room all the time. And I'm not to say he's a bad hire or anything, but it kind of seems like more of a last chance for Brad Holmes than it is Dan Campbell. I think Dan Campbell's far more of a glue guy of this whole new identity of the Lions, and more so, the Brad Holmes.
All right, but understand what I'm saying is pretty factual. You can't keep hiring bad coordinators and get away with it. It's just that's not how the league works. So all I was saying is, at the point if this didn't work, we'd have to call him into question a little bit, Mitch. I mean, that's only fair.
Oh, for sure. No, I don't doubt it. I mean, there's a lot of things you question with this decision making and things that have happened this time here. But I still think the whole Brad Holmes thing is the root of the problem. If there's anything to identify, think what this last year could have been if we'd have just fixed those two gaping holes in the offensive line. That alone. I mean, we could have overpowered those shortcomings on the defense with a solid offensive line. We've treated a lot more Monty and all this other stuff.
Oh, this is pivotal. It's a pivotal offseason for Brad Holmes. And he either comes out swinging and we reopen this window and we look at this and go, okay, we're going to war in the NFC North. Or, maybe he was a guy who just got hot his first year or two and built up some false equity. We're going to watch the soap opera live together.
Oh, yeah, you got to consider it. I think it's very high probability, but I hear you loud and clear. It's interesting, man.
No, it is for sure. No, Mitch, that's the thing is with some of the strife or some of the negativity, it makes it more interesting. I mean, look, the 15-2, people weren't even living in reality. They thought they were going to beat everybody by 50. Well, here it's like, no, we got a lot to talk about. We got a lot to get to, and it's on them. Their ass is in the jackpot. Go to Chris, 97.1. Chris, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, Mike. How's it going, buddy?
Good, pal. What's the good word?
Well, happy belated Harbaugh Day. You weren't here when it happened.
I know. I did text David my official family statement on Jim Harbaugh. I said from the Valentes, me and Big G, we like the Harbaugh hire more than Sharon likes Strange.
Oh, wow. Okay.
We loved the hire.
Yeah. So, I'm a Mets fan living in Michigan, also watching the Tigers. So I get the best of both worlds. And collectively, I see one owner spend, one owner not. And at the end of the day, they both fucking lose. So whatever. I call Boomer and Giannotti about this all the time. And we are all in agreement. We need a floor more than a cap. But like you said, you can't have one without the other. I can't stand these teams that try poverty, whether it's Bob Nutting, who has like the greatest stadium in baseball out there in Pittsburgh, and all these teams at the very bottom. To me, what they do is they live and they leech off the luxury tax of the teams like your Yankees, Corbin, Dodgers, my Mets. They just live off that, and they're perfectly fine with having a few teams here and there sell a bobblehead night, and that's enough money in their pocket. It pisses me off.
There's no incentive.
Exactly. And I do not, it's my favorite sport. I do not want a year without baseball, but I don't know another way to fix this. And when you talk about realignment, what you need to do, and this isn't a shot at the Tigers because I'm a Tigers fan too, along with the Mets. I don't know if you can have a person own two teams in two different sports because at the end of the day, you're not putting all your eggs in one basket like you should. I mean, that's a topic for another day. But you got to be fully invested. But at the end, you look at it.
Yeah, I mean, Chris, listen. I mean, there's no. While I'm not angry that they're not going to pay Scooble $400 million, it is also ridiculous to read reports, not from the bad people at 97.1, but from baseball writers, that if they lose this arbitration, they may trade him or it'll impact their ability to sign another pitcher. Then what are we doing? I mean, come on.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, you know what you're going to do with the arbitration situation. You see what happened with David Price, and that was years ago. You talk about inflation and all that. I don't know what you expect. and then you change the amount you give them, the 19.5 to 19. It's a soap opera that you don't want to be involved in, and it's more than just Scott Boras. It starts with the owner.
No, what bums me out is they don't have, seemingly they just don't have an appetite to trade him. And I think the only sensible conclusion, because I'm sorry, I do not view them as a World Series team. Oh, we were a game away from what? Getting smoked by the Blue Jays? Like, just please.
Right.
Like, they're not a World Series team. So then the only conclusion I have is, well, we'll keep Scooble. And as you said, it's daiquiri season, y'all. What are we doing?
You're right. And it sucks. And I hope we get to see some good baseball this year, because it might be the last year we see it for a little bit.
And I'm willing, Chris. I am. And it's not, believe me, I'm not mad at the Dodgers. I'm very unique in that regard. And it's more.
My team spins, your team spins. We want to be the Dodgers. We wish we could do that.
And it's just simple. In a 30-team league, 22 of these teams aren't trying. I mean, go look at Bill DeWitt with the Cardinals. What a disgrace. You guys got a bottom 10 payroll in St. Louis, a baseball crazy city. Here's another good one. The Guardians' payroll this year is like $78 million. That's like the same payroll they had in 2003. It's a disgrace. The sport is a disgrace.
I have a question about the potential of a lockout and whatnot. Do you think that when it comes to the owners and obviously more higher ups in the MLB, it would be detrimental if the next lockout, which a lot of people think will be very nasty, they, after what happened in 94 and 95, they cannot afford to lose another season, especially after with the increase in ratings, the increase in people going to ballparks, especially during the summer. Like, they are in such a fragile state where I feel like the players have all the leverage in the world. And that's why I mean, I don't know what the compromise would be. That's why I said earlier, maybe they just start with the floor, but I agree with you.
I have bad news for you.
Wait on.
As Thanos said, it is inevitable. There is no other way. The forecast is death. There's no other way that they are ever going to get true, impactful financial controls without blood. It's just, you're right with everything you're saying. I'm right with everything I'm saying.
I look at it like this, though, because back in, it was 2021 or 2022, whatever the last lockout was in recent memory, a lot of people thought that was going to go, lengthier as well. We were going to, bleed into the season, and we didn't. And that was pretty nasty as well. Now, I know this is kind of different. Obviously, ever since then, Dodgers have acquired Shohei Ohtani, Roki Sasaki. I mean, I can go on and on about it. But I just feel like there will be a lockout, but I just don't think it's going to be as nasty because the MLB knows that they would kill the sport if it happened.
I think you're on track. Well, I guess we'll find out. Let's go to Jeff, 97.1. Jeff, what's good?
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir. What's on your mind, buddy?
So, my this weekend, the line with the easy line. I'm sorry. I know Dan Campbell loves telling us we're good, but we're not. Aiden isn't Jesus, and Mickey Fresh Bob Muhammad ain't going to do it.
I am largely with you. I have said this, and I know Rico kind of gives me a raised eyebrow, but I think they need to make an investment on a game-wrecking D tackle. Look, if Aleem is not going to be Aleem anymore, I'm going to trade him, save $24 million, and keep him moving. I think they have to invest in that D line. It's just not good enough.
It's not.
All right. Appreciate it, man. 248-539-9797. We will get to, I believe Rob is next, 97.1. Rob, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, all right. Hey, Mike, long time listener, first time caller. As a Yankee fan, I kind of like what the Dodgers doing.
Same.
But I just wondered, what do you think was what the Yankees were doing or what the Dodgers are doing right now?
No, I mean, listen, let me say this. I can respect what the Dodgers are doing, but as a baseball fan, not a Yankee, as a baseball fan, it is destroying the sport. So I'm putting the sport ahead of my own personal, way of doing it. It's easy when you root for a team like the Dodgers, the Jays, the Mets, the Yankees to say, F these poverty teams, to hell with them. Look, it's destroying competitive balance. It's destroying free agency. It's destroying – you have entire divisions like the AL Central where teams just don't try.
And another thing,
is there any way to penalize those teams, like, for not trying?
Well, the problem is they thought they had that with the tax, but you're seeing teams use things like deferred money. And also, too, listen, I think the Dodgers are being very tactical about this. There's no world they're going to implement a salary cap and do what? Tell the Dodgers they have to throw 7 players overboard? No, those deals will probably get grandfathered in, and the Dodgers know it. It's smart.
Because Paul Gaines is like riding away in Pittsburgh. Like,
sure is. And you know what Pittsburgh will do? They'll pay him just enough money to sign on the dotted line, sell tickets every 5th day, never win a damn thing, and get rich in the process. So here's the other problem, Rob. And whether it's the Tigers, the Pirates, any team not of the big 4 or 5, there's no financial transparency in baseball. You never get to get a look at the books, so to speak. So I
missed Dombrowski here, because I know he was big.
Well, listen now, I was a different time, though. And remember, they were not making money when Mike Ilitch was gunning for it late. That was a man who knew the end was near, and he wanted what he wanted. I'm never going to ask current Tigers management to run a business like that. Do I think they could do more than they're doing? Yeah. But my issue with the Tigers is more on ideology than just raw dollars. Like, I'm sorry. You can spend, and I use heavy quotations with that, but when you're spending on the Drew Andersons of the world, or Kenley Jansen off the best year he'll probably ever have this late in his career, and you're paying him for that, or you're giving Jack Flaherty an irresponsible second-year vested option of $21 million, or the qualifying offer to Glaber, that is not the same as we went out and we made a trade for Joe Ryan and we signed Bo Bichette. It's not the same. I don't like how they do it because Moneyball has never won a World Series. Or should I say optionality? It's just not for me. I don't enjoy that brand of baseball. Not North Korea, free country.
Before we go off here, because we are up against it, I do want to add in, we'll change the topic here. Jeff Darlington tweeted out, of coordinator jobs that Mike McDaniel has interviewed for, the Lions gig was the least likely to materialize. Campbell liked McDaniel a lot, but Lions didn't view it as quite the right fit for them.
Interesting. I would need more details as to why, details I do not currently have. And hey, how about this? Right. That's why I said what I said. Better be right. 97-1.
Meet Matthew Preston. Inside his apartment, everything he holds dear is protected by Progressive's Rangers insurance, like his laptop and a surprisingly valuable collection of baseball bobbleheads. Outside his apartment, his laptop is still protected, as are his bobbleheads, which he carries around with him for reasons no one knows. Renters, to limit the protection aren't just the 4 walls of your home when you're in. Get a quote at Progressive.com. The affiliates and third-party insurers.
We've all been there. You hold onto a coupon, hoping to cash it in at the store, but then you forget about it. And suddenly you've got a mountain of useless expired coupons.
Do you think this one's still good? Free milk.
Oh, mate, that expired in 1993.
Dang it.
Fortunately, there are better ways to save money, like by switching to Geico. You could save about $900 on car insurance without ever touching a coupon.
Ooh, how about this one? Half off floppy disks.
Now, you should try a bit of spring cleaning.
It feels good to save big. It feels good to Geico.
Must-have trends are here at Macy's stores, so come in this weekend and find so many styles you can wear now and mix and match deep into the season. Think refreshing winter whites. Go with anything cardigans, even men's suits from top designer names. And the best part? You can get them all for 20 to 50% off. Yeah, up to half off. So come into the store and walk out with an incredible deal on a new look today at Macy's Waikiki. Savings off select prices. Exclusions apply.
Spectrum TV Fixed TV. It combines all your favorite sports streaming apps with live TV.
32! Hi! It's only 4 Hail Marys!
It's only more bottom of the ninth magic.
It's only more slow motion replays.
It's only getting all the sports with over $100 worth of streaming apps like ESPN, Fox One, Tennis Channel, Peacock, and more, included with live TV at no extra cost. It's only the way TV should be. It's only everything. Learn more at SpectrumTV.com.
Well, my new problem may be your new problem along eastbound I-94 at French Road. Left shoulder, left lane now, right shoulder are completely blocked by the crash there. Correct on 75 is Sashable Road. Left shoulder, left lane are blocked. Added to the list of broken down vehicle. Eastbound 9696 at Quinder. Left lane is blocked there. I'm Val Berry.
Do you want free internet forever? Yeah, we thought so. That's why Spectrum is giving you just that. Free fiber-powered internet forever when you switch and get 4 mobile lines from Spectrum. No internet bills, no taxes, no late fees. Just fast fiber-powered internet. Call 833-901-0178 to find out how. But hurry, this deal won't last forever. Once more, 833-901-0178. Or visit spectrum.com/free forever to learn more.
Must-have trends are here at Macy's stores. So come in this weekend and find so many styles you can wear now and mix and match later in the season. Like refreshing winter whites, go with anything cardigans, and even men's suits from top designer names. And the best part? You can get them all for 20 to 50% off. Yeah, up to half off. So come into the store and walk out with an incredible deal at Macy's today. Savings off select prices. Exclusions apply.
Hi, this is Jill Schlesinger, CBS News business analyst, certified financial planner, and the host of the Jill on Money podcast. With the new year upon us, there's no better time to take control of your on Money podcast is here to help. It's your questions that make it possible for me to provide unconventional and I hope entertaining insights on your money, and more importantly, on your life. Follow and listen to Jill on Money wherever you get your podcasts.
All right, we'll get to more of your calls momentarily, but right now, it's Can We Say That? I thought about something over the weekend. We're going to play a little game called Can We Say That? Okay. Divisional round edition. Corbin, we'll get a few from you. Let me give you the ones I have, okay? Can we say, Corbin, Josh Allen can cry elsewhere that while he's a fabulous player, 4 turnovers, yeah, you did cost your team. I know the refs played a role, but Josh, not good enough.
I agree with that 100%. Usually in the past, there's always been another excuse I would label it as for why the Bills got bounced out and whatnot. This one is solely on him. And in a way, I do feel bad for the team because aside from Josh Allen, there's like a bajillion other players crying in their little interviews in the locker room.
And I was rooting for them. And it was their easiest path. And no one's here to watch the Broncos. But I'm not going to turn Josh Allen into a sympathetic figure. He cost his team.
No, agree 100%. And it goes back to when we were talking about it in, I believe, your first or second segment of the day. At the end of the day, it's the fumble at the end of the first half that put the Broncos in a free most spot.
And these games are decided on 3 or 4 plays. Everything else is white noise. Can we say the media feigning outrage over McDermott getting fired in Buffalo? He actually deserved to be fired. He was a defensive-minded coach whose defenses never came up with a critical stop, and their seasons always end the same way. And yes, again, refs played a role late. Broncos had already had their way with that defense largely. I'm actually happy he's fired.
To go back to my stale comments, McDermott is one of the coaches who've fallen in that. I just find it interesting that they fired him after this game, whereas we all know that it was Josh Allen's fault, like we've been saying, and I feel like there's been games in the recent history of them being in the playoffs where you can put it on McDermott.
Fair. So it's fair.
So it's the timing for me that kind of makes me laugh.
Can we say this is C.J. Stroud's career-defining year coming up? Show or go. They're going to pick up his 5th-year option, but that was arguably a bottom 5 playoff performance I've ever seen from a quarterback. That was excruciatingly bad.
Yeah, I don't know. I liked him when he got drafted to Houston.
And to be fair, no Dalton Schultz, no Nico Collins.
No, yeah. And it sucks because I was rooting for the Texans this year. I thought that their defense was going to kind of carry them to a victory. Little did I know CJ Stroud would kind of, crap his pants at the end of the day. But it just sucks because they were in it until the end, until that one-handed touchdown by Booty at the end of the day.
Correct.
Yeah, so it sucks.
Can we say coaches continue to be their own worst enemy in the playoffs by outthinking, outsmarting, getting too cute? Whether it is the going for it and some zany play calls as a part of it, whether it is Sean McVay, which I know hits close to home for you. Sean, run the football. You're getting 5-7 yards a clip. Run the ball.
Yeah, I agree with that 100%. Obviously, the Sean McVay aspect is the best one I can come up with because I forget, it was either at the end of the third quarter or the beginning of the fourth. I looked at the box score because obviously I knew that they were not running the ball. I want to see how many carries. They had 11 rushing attempts in comparison to 30 passing attempts at one point. They ended up ending the game, I think, with 31 rushing attempts. So clearly it came in, but it just sucks. And McVay is one of those coaches going back to the Super Bowl in 2019. He said he over-prepped. He got in his head. He himself lost that game for the team.
Can we say the Packers and Bears, not the Lions, co-favorite to win the NFC North in 2022? Oh, I got him. I got him.
I don't know because the thing that gets me is the lines. I mean, obviously we saw the whole offseason free agency, trades, draft, and whatnot. And the Lions' weapons are still so good, and I think ahead of the NFC. It's just there was so many flaws this year with the team defensively, with John Morton that we've pointed on. I think the Bears would be the only favorite. I don't think the Packers will. I think they take a step back next year, but yeah.
Can we say it is well past time the NFL has full-time officials for a league that every week of the NFL on the games, they make $415 million a week? Can we please upgrade the officials?
Yeah, no, I'm happy you brought that up because in my Can We Say That notes, I put, can we say that the NFL officiating needs to clean it up this offseason? It just keeps getting worse and worse. And in these playoffs games, it was absurd. And going to a recent game from this weekend, Bills and Broncos, you have a whistle for a reason. Josh Allen is literally being held by 50 players, it seems like, and they're just waiting for something to happen. And that was a reoccurring theme. I didn't really understand that, but they don't know what it catches anymore. I mean, the league in general doesn't know what that is.
I thank you for saying that. That was my last one. Can we say we have officially lost cabin pressure on what it catches? Devontae Adams, catch, down by contact. Buffalo, kind of, sort of, maybe dual possession, itchy woo-woo. What was the difference in those two things?
Yeah, and I mean, it's funny because when you bring up the dual possession, I think back to that Monday night game that kind of really kicked off things, especially when the refs were on strike, but the Packers-Seahawks game. Remember that when it ended with both catching who it was it a touchdown, was it not? I don't get it. Every game, it's
the start.
actually, two more. We'll get to one at the end. Just full circle everything. But can we say that the NFL has gotten too aggressive on fourth down calls, coaching wise?
Use the mathematics all you want, but I want to remind you, the analytics do not take into account injuries. They do not take into account weather. They do not take into account your opponent. You can't use static data. They're men, not machines. If I have Patrick Mahomes or Josh Allen, than if I have Jacoby Brissett, that data plays different. Hey, I'm down my right guard and my left tackle. That data plays different. I think these coaches have lost their bleeping.
100% abolish analytics in all of sports. That's my take. Final one here, Mike. Can we say that Josh Allen will never get to the Super Bowl?
I can't say never because of the truly remarkable amount of talent he has. But because guys, incredibly physical players. Your body starts to betray you. That happens a lot earlier than your pocket passers like Aaron Rodgers, Tom Brady, etc.
You spent like a pretzel in that Jacksonville game just in the first quarter alone.
No, Corbin, I know. I'm only going to say no because he's still got it. But Buffalo's got major. That team will not look anything like it looks this year, Nate.
I agree. And if I were to answer it, I want to say no, he will get to it, but just with how his career has went, not being able to get past Mahomes, now Bo Nix.
He's still got a window where Mahomes is not going to be Super Bowl good next year. Burrow may not be in Cincinnati.
That doesn't matter. He lost to Bo Nix.
Give it a year. If he doesn't do any damage next year, yeah, I'll be more inclined to go your direction.
And that, ladies and gentlemen, is can we say that?
When it comes to an IRS collection or audit, Abraham and Rose has successfully specialized in resolving all types of tax problems. And for over 30 years, the extensive experience means when you're facing the IRS collection or an audit, you have back. You have advocate. Maurice and Jerry get to work day one and they go on the offensive. Visit abrahamandrose.com. They are ready to investigate, evaluate, and fight any underlying federal or state income tax issues. Call 248-539-5040. Never have to deal with the IRS again.
Snapshot from Progressive wasn't created for just anybody. Oh no, we made it for you, gradual breakers. You keep your eyes on the road, so you've seen it all. As long as it all happens directly in front of you, like a Swedish masseuse, your foot knows exactly the right amount of pressure to apply to the brake. That's why your passengers feel totally relaxed with you behind the wheel and occasionally super sleepy. With Snapshot, safe drivers like you get personalized rates based on your driving habits. Sign up today at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Snapshot not available in California or from all agents.
With Vrbo, it pays to book your coastal Carolina stay early. Save over $530 when booking 7+ night stays at least 60 days in advance and secure your dream vacation home before it's gone. Vrbo. Book now, relax longer. Average savings $550. Select homes only.
At Charmin, we heard you shouldn't talk about going to the bathroom in public, so we decided to sing about it. Charmin Ultra Strong. You can use less, better than the rest. Charmin Ultra Strong. Booty pasta, clean time, filling with texture. About you every day. Don't you know and you know I need your touch. I wish you were here with me.
Mosquitoes bit me.
Early birds always rise to the occasion for summer vacation planning because early gets you closer to the action. So don't be late. Book your next vacation early on Vrbo and save over $530 on week-long stays. Average savings $550. Select homes only.
For now and mix and match later in the season, like refreshing winter whites, go with anything cardigans, and even men's suits from top designer names. And the best part, you can get them all for 20 to 50% off. Yeah, up to half off. So come into the store and walk out with an incredible deal at Macy's today. Savings off select prices, exclusions apply.
The NFL playoffs are here, and Heed the Call NFL podcast with Dan Hansis and Mark Sessler is your destination for coverage of every round, from wild card.
Just entertaining football talk from your favorite buds at the bar.
Which bar?
Well, like the typical neighborhood bar where the witty sports guys at a place like that.
Okay. Follow and listen to Heed the Call wherever you get your podcasts.
The Valenti and Rico Show is presented by Femininio Law. Go to GetDavidGetPaid.com.
We will get to Rieger momentarily. I want to get to the last couple of calls. Very busy day on the phones. And then again, the OC. Great. I'm also not going to shred it. That's incredibly lazy. Tried to give you some context. Tried to give you what the guy's about. The Mike McDaniel thing, it sounds like the Lions, they didn't think it was a good fit. Now, does that concern me a little? Yeah, it does. But I wasn't in the room. The concern with fit thing that bothers me is they're very insular. They're a very operation. Now, I like that Petzing isn't from, but even that, look, why would you not want McDaniel? I can't really come up with a reason. And look, McDaniel's probably not close to making a decision, to be quite honest with you, because he's got other opportunities. So I try to live in reality. The Lions made a hire because you don't let great be the enemy of really good. And if they think this guy's really good, you got to do it. You got to call your shot. Otherwise, you'll be left at the altar with nobody. Go ahead, Corbin. What's up?
No, it's interesting because it goes back to I forget what moment it was throughout the season, comments and whatnot, and I'm gonna choose to be optimistic about this OC hiring, and maybe there's something that we just don't know about the McDaniel thing. Maybe after the interview they thought, maybe not. Maybe McDaniel probably showed some body language mannerisms to where he kind of thought to himself, maybe this isn't the place for me. And hope the best for him. Hope the best for the Lions in their case.
248-539-9797. Go to Mike 97.1. Mikey, what's good, buddy?
Hey, thanks for taking my call. I got an answer to your question about it not being Mr. McDaniel. Campbell has dumb, but he's not stupid. And the last thing he wants is somebody that can slide into his job once he is released. And after this year, people are starting to revisit the last couple years and wonder how much of it was Campbell, how much of it was Ben Johnson and Aaron Glenn. Anyhow, here's why I called. I think the offensive line's the focus. A good offensive line makes your quarterback better, especially if you have a system quarterback like Goff. A good offensive line makes your running game better because they're opening holes. And it makes your defense better because they're on the field less. So that's where I would focus on.
Yeah, and I think that's a quality takeaway. There's no issue with it. The O-line clearly was not up to par. Certainly was nowhere close to 2023 or 24. Totally fair. And when you watch the teams this week, yeah, I mean, you go out there and first of all, that Texans and Patriot game was an all-out assault on quarterbacks. That was kind of a push. Both O-lines got absolutely shredded. But when you look at Caleb and Stafford, those O-lines, critical moments, were able to dominate play. Yeah, I know Caleb made it. Point is, for a lot of that game, Caleb had time. Caleb was able to do the things he needed to do. But when you go up and down the list, your line of scrimmage, it's just nowhere where it was. Obviously, I think the D-line has to be a focus as well. I've said it. It's this offseason. And that will be an expensive endeavor, one that they can undertake with the right contract restructuring. And the
How you doing, Mike? Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I am the mouth breathing Lions fans, man. We're criticizing an OC move that when we fired Anthony Lynn, we didn't know who Ben Johnson was, right? Nobody outside of football minds knew who Ben Johnson was, and look at him now. He was 2 plays away from playing in an NFC Championship game as first head coach.
You know what's interesting, too, just to add to your point? How about the same people who drank the bathwater last year and were convinced John Morton was going to be Andy Reid? They didn't know who John Morton was.
Absolutely. I mean, it goes to show, I know we live in a world of recency bias, but, I mean, everybody thinks they have the take right now. And, I mean, we didn't know who Ben Johnson was. We don't know who Drew Petzing is. But I do know that Drew Petzing worked with Hank Freely, our offensive line coach in Minnesota from 2014 to 2017. I think that's a huge advantage going into the season, right? You want to have a little nomenclature on, the guys that you got in the building and knowing each other and building an offense. And the Bears interviewed Drew last year for their head coaching position that Ben took. And as you stated, Drew and Ben go back to Boston College and are good friends. And, I think great minds think alike. I think we're getting somebody,
Well, that's the hope. And look, it can make sense on paper. And Jared, I'm up against it, but I appreciate it, brother. Look, he wants to run the ball, heavy play action, multiple tight ends. You get some Ben Johnson belief structure. Look, man, you give it a shot. I don't know what else to tell you. We got Rieger? All right.
What's going on, Michael?
Hey, buddy. I'm sorry. I kind of screwed you over there. I'm sorry, pal.
That's totally fine. What's the word? We're here at Little Caesars Arena. We got a big clash. We got Boston versus Detroit. To chew it and do it. That's right. Can I tell you a quick story? I was here on Saturday doing a show, Michael. And every now and then, it's hard to believe, but it's true. People will come up to me and want to take a picture. I think I'm kind of a big deal. On Saturday, these 3 dudes, probably in their 20s, they came up to me and said, "Hey, bro, will you record a video with us of us all saying chew it and do it? To chew it and do it." Yeah, so you got 4 guys yelling, "Chew it and do it."
I'm glad I could be of assistance. 10 seconds. What's next?
UOC and the weekend of football. How about that?
Done and done.
All right.
Monologue next. I look forward to it, Jeff. I'll talk to you soon, buddy. 971.
Logan Fury did something smart. He saved hundreds on auto insurance switching to Progressive.
With that money, he bought a mini treadmill. Is walking on it during video conference calls more distracting than he thought? Yes. And is that because he overestimated his foot-eye coordination? Definitely. But it's Logan savings, and if he wants to burn calories and any chance at a promotion, we say, good for you, Logan. Switch and see if you could save with Progressive and treat yourself. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
We've all been there. You hold onto a coupon, hoping to cash it in at the store, but then you forget about it. And suddenly you've got a mountain of useless expired coupons.
You think this one's still good? Free milk.
Oh, mate, that expired in 1993. And fortunately, there are better ways to save money. Like by switching to Geico. You could save about $900 on car insurance without ever touching a coupon.
Ooh, how about this one? Half off floppy disks.
You should try a bit of spring cleaning.
It feels good to save big. It feels good to Geico.
Must-have trends are here at Macy's stores. So come in this weekend and find so many styles you can wear now and mix and match deep into the season. Think refreshing winter whites. Go with anything cardigans, even men's suits from top designer names. And the best part? You can get them all for 20 to 50% off. Yeah, up to half off. So come into the store and walk out with an incredible deal on a new look today at Macy's Waikiki. Savings off select prices. Exclusions apply.
Advanced tech doesn't always mean more space. Until now. Introducing the Hyundai Ioniq 9, a 3-row electric SUV. It's space in an EV. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
Spectrum TV Fixed TV. It combines all your favorite sports streaming apps with live TV.
32! It's only 4 Hail Marys!
It's only more bottom of the ninth magic.
It's only more slow motion replays.
It's only getting all the sports with over 100 hours worth of streaming apps like ESPN, Fox One, Tennis Channel, Peacock, and more, included with live TV at no extra cost. It's only the way TV should be. It's only everything. Learn more at SpectrumTV.com.
For one, well, you'll find a big delay along eastbound I-94 at French Road with your left shoulder, left lane, and right shoulder are blocked by this accident. Traffic is backed up to Mount Elliott. The good news is that accident along northbound 75 at Stosh River Road has cleared from the left lane. I'm Val Berry. Traffic.
Must-have trends are here at Macy's stores. So come in this weekend and find so many styles you can wear now and mix and match later in the season. Like refreshing winter whites, go with anything cardigans, and even men's suits from top designer names. And the best part? You can get them all for 20 to 50% off. Yeah, up to half off. So come into the store and walk out with an incredible deal at Macy's today. Savings off select prices. Exclusions apply.
What's up, world? It's Von Miller, Super Bowl MVP, chicken farmer, and now host of Free Range. This is the show where I go off the field and off the script. We're talking what's hot in music, film, trending news, and everything blowing up your feet. If you love football, you'll feel at home. But if you're here for the vibes, the internet deep dives, the conversation, this is your podcast. Join me every Wednesday. Follow and listen to Free Range with me.
Yeah, we thought so. That's why Spectrum is giving you just that.
What's up, man?
What up, though? What's up, bro?
Mike, what's going on?
Shit, man. About to just head on my way home. Head on home.
How you make out today?
It was a great day, man. I made 403.83.
What? On the Monday?
Yeah, man.
Back-to-back $4 days?
Well, remember, we had that snow this weekend, Saturday and Sunday, man. And I chanced Sunday being out here, and it worked out. Even though the roads wasn't the best. Monday, I felt like today, man, with the holiday and then the snow happening Saturday and Sunday. Saturday during the day and then all day Sunday, really. You know what I mean? This was their weekend day, basically, to come out and shop. So, I mean, that shit was bumping, bro. From 6 to about 5 o'clock, man. It was bumping. Now I had to turn on Dovetta and get my little last three. I made $28 on Dovetta, but yeah, I made my last 3, man, on there.
So you said holiday. What holiday you talking about?
You know, it's a federal holiday. Dr. King, man. The kids are off from school.
Oh man, you saying it's Dr. King's birthday? I mean MLK Day. I'm wondering
Today,
why
yeah.
traffic. I'm wondering why traffic was so light, bro. I swear I ain't know it was a holiday, bro. I promise.
Yeah.
I promise you.
We spoke about this shit too a couple days ago.
Man, you said it was his birthday. I didn't realize. You
His
know what I'm
birthday, I
saying?
think, was on the 15th, I believe, which is like 4 days ago. What was that? Like Thursday, Wednesday?
Yeah, I'll be right back.
Uh huh.
Oh, Gatorade! Ah! Buy Gatorade! Gatorade! The Gatorade! The Gatorade! The Gatorade! This, yeah. Is this my daughter? Oh, can we have the boxes?
still there? Energy?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm here.
Oh, you got to order.
Nah, man, I'm just stopping by the ice cream spot, man, just to get some ice cream.
I was gonna say, now you know you can't eat ice cream, but that's quote unquote Ricky and Hector. Man.
Nah, man.
Man, Ricky Star said he couldn't eat ice cream. I can't eat ice cream either. But Hector, what you eating? I just had a ice cream sandwich. I thought you could. Well, some I can't. Ah. Oh my goodness. Crazy. Crazy. What kind of ice cream you get?
Vanilla. Yeah.
Go get you some Parleys and cream.
Yeah, man, I'm basic as they come, man. I'm just keeping myself here because I touched that 4-piece, man.
Oh, I got all that.
Yeah, man, I'm as basic as they come, man. Shit. Give me a little vanilla milkshake, keep it pushing.
No French vanilla?
Nah.
No vanilla and beans?
Nah, my people, man, we all deal with vanilla milkshake. Damn, I should have. All right.
You know, vanilla is really black. You know that, right?
I did not.
The vanilla we see is not the natural color. Vanilla is black.
Yeah, I never knew that.
Yeah.
And for the record, I'm lactose my damn self, but I don't give a damn. I'm about to be at home. So whatever got to go through me is going to go through me. That's it.
I mean, to be all honest, most people are lactose. Some people just got high tolerance of it. To eat dairy. But none of us is really supposed to be eating dairy. Or like if you go to different countries, you can get by with the cheese, but the cheese in this country ain't even cheese. It's like a cheese paste. You know, so that's why I don't even melt no more. If you look at cheese, none of the cheese you buy really melt.
They were saying the Caucasians, man, in this country, or just the Caucasians in general, their system, I think we might have been talking about this, their system can deal with milk more than anybody else, man. They got some gland or something like that they said in them.
Yeah, what we're not supposed to consume, the milk we supposed to consume is coconut milk, pretty much. That's it, or breast milk.
Mm.
But yeah, you know, some people tell you otherwise. But dairy, all that stuff, we ain't even supposed to consume.
Yeah. Oh, before I forget too, man, I just found this interesting shit out, man. So the Kings, I guess Coretta Scott King, she wanted her kids to act or whatever, or learn how to act or whatever like that. And at the time, I guess they might have been in Georgia or something like that. And nobody would take their kids because it was segregation and all that stuff. Except there was one little place that was doing it in Georgia, and it happened to be Julia Roberts' parents. So they took them on, brought the King's kids in there to teach them how to act. But Julia Roberts, she was born, I think, in 1967, they say. And, I guess the parents couldn't afford or couldn't come up with all the money to get, for her, like as far as like the whole pregnancy and everything. But the Kings ended up pitching in, you know what I'm saying? And yeah, basically the Kings helped the Roberts and the Roberts helped the Kings. I just thought that was interesting, man.
still there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, what were you saying? Robert.
Can you hear me? You sound a little, you breaking up a little bit.
I can hear you. I was going through a bad area.
No, I heard something about the Kings and the Roberts. Apparently, Martin Luther King kids. Shit, I'm at the wrong spot. Martin Luther King kids. Apparently, I guess Coretta Scott King wanted them to act or learn how to act or whatever to go to acting school. And at the time, it was all segregated and stuff in Georgia. So no place was really allowing their kids, except they called one place, and it just happened to be Julia Roberts' parents' joint. That I guess they were cool with the Kings coming over there and learning how to act, so they showed them how to act and everything like that. And yeah, so that happened. But then, like, I guess they were trying to get pregnant or whatever was going on, but they didn't have enough money for the pregnancy or whatnot, something like that. And the Kings apparently helped them with the pregnancy, with the money for it, whatever they needed to go through the pregnancy and all that.
Oh, wow.
So that's how they're linked. And I'm like, wow, that's crazy. So Julia Roberts was born in 1967, I believe they say. So I'm like, damn, that's just crazy.
Julia Roberts was born in 67? She that old?
So yeah, man, Julia Roberts that old, man.
Oh, wow. You see Josh McDermott got fired.
Oh, wow. That's crazy.
The Bills head coach. Yep, got fired last night, right after the damn game.
Yeah, that's cold, man. It don't matter. They just can't get over the hump.
This was their best year to do it.
He's a dumb. Dumb.
I don't work here.
Is that the cheapest one?
That one?
Yeah.
Ini kau sambung ni. Aku akan orang.
I'm not getting off on this too faster.
Right.
Wait on dead. Yeah.
Yeah, on the end this time. Oh, that. That. One girl. One girl pickup. I got a salt stuck here. I'm sorry.
They don't have to violate. They have to post violate.
Right.
Take the HealthyStand.org. NFL Flag Football Hawaii.